Normans, and then Norman your we can conquer Vikings.
Yes. Hello. We're talking Vikings. Because Vikings are cool. And that's what we're doing today. Well, that's who we're playing today. Vikings. Right, Fitness?
Correct.
I imagine.
I am a little hoarse today as well, so.
Yes.
I mean, like, my throat bothers me, not like a Shetland pony.
But it's awesome and Shetland pony. You are fine. Imagine. But yes, welcome to Charity Street 17. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, let's do this thing. I'm gonna stop the music and I'm gonna let this explain in brief the idea today. Go for it.
Okay. So if you look at the, I don't know if you have your screen up yet, but the top right, it is currently January 1st, 1867. So Vikings are running wild all over Europe. So Griff is currently basically Western Scotland is basically his. He's playing Jarl Ivar the Boneless, one of the sons of Ragnar Lothbrok, currently at war with King Aela of Northumbria, basically vengeance for his father. And if you go further south to just south of Brittany, I will be playing as Count Hestine of Montague, famous Viking adventurer. And the plan that we're going to start, so the first thing we're going to do, basically help Griff with his like war of revenge against his father and conquer the kingdom of Northumbria. Then I don't know, we'll probably go after Brittany or Francia, so we will be strong enough to move over to Rome and overthrow the Pope and bring the original Viking Christmas back to the Vatican.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. There.
I mean, there's Italy. Yeah. The southern part of like Italy, like Naples, is all a mess right now. But you can see the papacy with the crossed keys.
Oh yeah, there.
I mean, he might escape, but if we do capture him, I think we should sacrifice him to Odin.
Oh, I mean, it's literally Pope Nicolau. In other words, Santa Claus. Christian Santa Claus. Wow.
Basically.
Old Christian Santa. Christianity is rooted in this era.
Well, see, like if you were to like there's the Catholics and the Orthodox in the East, but there's also like a decent part of like Ireland and like Scotland and England. It's like insular Christianity at the moment. So like it's weird.
Well, there's the Christianity where the church rules, and that's not great. I know that there's a lot of bad stuff.
Yeah. But if you just look at the map, like this is the time where like Al-Andalus is controlled by the Umayyads. So like there's like the Sultanate down there. The Abbasid Empire is still kicking around. Byzantines they've seen better days. They've lost like Naples and Bulgaria and a decent bit of their holdings around like Armenia and
as
stuff.
As soon as we get down the still we're gonna do the order. Come over here and just
We're gonna try to
wreck.
take over the Hagia Sophia as well.
Yes, we're gonna wreck shop over there.
We can try it.
No,
The Byzantines might be a tougher nut to crack, but we can give it a go.
they're not quite so.
They're not as strong as they have been.
We're gonna visit.
Well, this game actually does have like dedicated holy sites to each religion, and when your religion controls all of its holy sites, like each gives a bit of a bonus. So like one of the holy sites of Christianity, I think in this game is and it's weird because it's 867, so this hasn't happened yet. Is in Kent, like in southeast England, where like Duke of Canter or not Duke, Archbishop of Canterbury, like Thomas Becket was murdered, and it's like martyrdom as a saint. Like that hasn't happened yet. That happened in like I don't know, closer to 1200 AD, but like for some reason it's still a holy site. Don't ask me why. Uh,
Oh yeah.
like Cologne in Germany is a holy site, like the
What?
Bells of Santiago and
What
Spain
year?
are a holy site.
What year is it?
It is 867 AD.
It's
So just for context, King Ethelred is still king of Mercia, who is
no.
historically
Wessex.
shortly Wessex, who shortly is going to die, and his brother Alfred would take over as king of Wessex.
His son was
Is an infant at this time, basically.
well. When
Historically, he was
when-
too young to take the kingship, so the Witten Gamut elected Edward.
Yeah.
Because as you guys have probably noticed, they are surrounded by fucking Vikings, so they needed a man on the throne.
Yeah. And they picked instantly considering never been who did an extremely good job, actually.
I mean, he's the only king in England to ever be called the Great.
Yeah.
Even though he never made it to like King of England.
You would simply fairly keep down randomly as life. Yeah, he had a lot of like health issues. He didn't like learn and so never learned it until he had to. I don't know that.
Yeah, but I am ready to hit the start button when you are, and we'll have to see like if we can adjust the game speed to at least the slowest one, or if it will like actually let us pause like in a multiplayer game like it does in a single player. I've never done the multiplayer in this game before, so
We're just here to have some fun and rewrite history.
we will at least be able to take out the Pope. Like that is very achievable, but if things are going to go sideways or we're going to run into problems along the way, like that's going to be the adventure.
And then we will be a talented sausage and spaghetti and pizza and raw welcome. The world will, love us forever. Rather than
Are we going
to what?
It's like 600 years too early for tomatoes to be introduced to Italy, though. Tomatoes came from the Americas.
I don't care. I'll do. Well, it's you kind of you tomatoes. Pasta,
we could just do it like a white sauce.
Yeah. Yeah. I press go and they tell you what to do.
Okay, and I have set the game rules to easy, so this technically does disable achievements, but there'll just be less stuff that you'd have to juggle and deal with.
I don't care about achievements.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Start. Okay. It is currently paused. Anyone can unpause. The space bar is the unpause. So before you do anything, click on your character in the bottom left. This will kind of introduce you to your character, show you his stats. Your spouse will be on your right. You'll see underneath your coat of arms some dudes in helmets and chainmail. Um,
Yeah.
that that shows you basically your current military strength. Mine is at 3,904 at the moment. I can go over to you and I can see yours. You can see this for every character. Yours is at 6,982. Wow, which
It's
is more than your brother, current Duke of Jorvik, or I
stop,
guess Jarl, since they're
stop it,
brothers.
bro.
You are one-legged, but you know what's it matter? Um,
Your mother is spy master.
yeah, but let's see. So it shows you
Your
your current
cat.
titles, the Suryar. And then it shows like everything you have claims on. Jarldom of Upland, which is currently your brother Bjorn Ironside. Um, so
You
that just kind of shows your character.
and you have an unmarried daughter who is betrothed and an unmarried daughter who is not betrothed.
Okay. Well, you have the one daughter as log. It looks like all the rest are sons of Jarl Ivar. If you pan over them, it should tell you.
That's not, I'm sorry.
You've got Barrett Iverson, uh, Sigfroth Iverson, Sigtrig Iverson, and then Aslog Ivar's daughter, and then Guthfrith Iverson.
You love that.
Oh, and if you hover over each of your children, it shows you what they're going to inherit. So one thing if you look at right now, your first and second son, because we're early on in time and there's a partition type of succession, your first two sons, because you have enough land to form two duchies, because you currently control the Isle of Man, in the middle of England and Ireland, that can become its own duchy. So on succession, your second son will become the Jarl of Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Mon right now, I
Yeah.
think, because it's using the Norse name. So on succession, your firstborn son will lose that territory. Now, if you succeed in taking Northumbria, your second son will probably take over the Jarldom of Northumbria, because Suryar right now is your title, your primary title, and then your third son would take over the Duchy of Man. Your fourth son, you don't have enough place for other duchies, so he'd probably just get like an earldom in your primary title.
Yeah. That's an earl.
So I mean, your character is only 21 at the moment, so it's gonna be, and his health is good. So I mean, he's not going to die anytime soon. Probably not in the stream. That's just something to worry about. Is how things are going to, like, succession is going to happen. But right now, let me see. Uh, I'm going to select your your daughter is currently betrothed to Jarl Exeg Harrison of Jilin. So click on Aslog, the little redheaded daughter.
Oh God.
Right click on Jarl Bagsug, and there should be a break betrothal option.
Arranged marriage. Murder.
And you are going to lose your ally over this, but I'm probably a better ally. Yeah, this dude's got 1,388 soldiers. And like, you'd be marrying your when your daughter turns 16, 15 years from now, she'd be marrying a 52-year-old man.
Yeah, we don't like that.
Or she could be married to my charming and intelligent 7-year-old son. So there'd only be like a 6-year age difference, which is way better. I'm
I mean, I agree.
So it'll probably pop up with a thing and show you the consequences. Like, he and his immediate family will lose opinion of you. Um, but I think that's basically it. Is it showing any other consequences? Oh, your ally, the alliance will probably end as well. But I think he'll probably stay in the war. And even if he doesn't, I'm about to bring in more soldiers. Assuming he's even called into your war. Let me see.
Yeah.
Because I can click on your war. You are attacking King Ayla. Oh,
I,
you could also take over East Anglia. You're at war with East Anglia in a conquest right now. So you're about to take over like
I was
two of the petty kingdoms of England.
Sorry.
Yeah, so if we play this right, like, you will be like king of two, like, of like, I mean, petty kingdoms in England.
All right.
Which will be nice.
Or
Well, I'm checking your wars right now to see who you don't have any allies called into that war, and you don't have any allies called into that war either. So yeah, you don't even need that dude. He's not doing anything for you now. So Now, I will send you the betrothal offer because I can just click on your daughter now that she is no longer betrothed. I will or I can click just arrange marriage
Make
between
your
her
lips to yourself.
and my son. You what to yourself? Oh, your clicks.
Your lips to yourself.
Yeah, so I will send proposal, and you're probably going to get a pop up for it.
Alright. Is there anything else I should do?
Um, did you get a pop up for the proposal, or it might not have actually gotten to you because the game will probably make it take a few days to get to you. And we are currently paused. Um,
Nothing else.
do you have any of your armies raised? Do you see any armies on your map?
Uh,
On the right hand side, there'll be some red swords crossed across a red shield. That is your military tab. Open it. And there should be like a raise all armies button.
yes.
It should be near the top.
Yep.
So go ahead and just raise all of your armies. And if you drag over them, they'll all probably spawn near your capital, is where it's going to raise them. It'll take them a few days to raise, and there's a little progress bar. But once they're all raised, what you're going to want to do is highlight them and march them over to, you see, it's going to be the barony of Babenberg, which is the current head of like the king of Northumbria. It's where his shield is on the map. You're going to want to highlight your men and then right click in that little section of the map. You might need to zoom in so it's easier to march them to that castle to take it. You want to take your enemy's capital if you can in a war.
I click them and then I right.
You'll need to wait for them to finish raising. We'll have to unpause for your men to actually like marshal at their rally point. So we can go ahead and unpause it. They'll start raising, and then you should get the proposal from me to betroth their children. Then you can accept it. That will form an alliance, and you will probably get a like a note. If you see in the top towards the middle, you'll see like your like a pile of gold coins. That's your money. It's probably going to show a positive number showing that you're in the positive at the moment. That might go negative once you raise your men, but that's fine. Because keeping your armies raised costs money.
How do I know where they're raised?
There should be a number in the little like green field.
It's still paused, by the way.
Yeah, so it'll show you like the number when they're raised. But to the left, there should be like, it looks like a little stained glass, like weird. I don't know if that's supposed to be like the pommel of a sword or something. It should have a number in it. If you highlight it, it should say current situation. Like mine says, I can declare wars. I can designate a guardian for Ragnar, my son, and I'm going to make myself his guardian, so I can help influence his personality when it comes to certain like life choices. I can hire a court physician. I don't have a good one.
Where is that?
It's going to be in the top, on the top level of the screen, next to like where you see your gold, just immediately left of that.
Current situation.
Yeah.
You can declare war. You can create defection of God.
I would ignore that. That would cost you money. It would gain you prestige, but
you can designate a guardian for Baron Ezreal.
yeah, and you might want to click that one, and then it'll give you like a list of characters. You probably want to pick yourself because I assume that's one of your heirs.
You can hire a court physician.
That would be a good one to do as well, just in case your character gets sick. If
active election in Algonquin.
Oh, I think because you control part of Scotland, you actually get a vote in who the next king would be.
Your champions.
That's basically your equivalent of like knights, kind of like marshals and generals of your army. You don't have to worry about that too terribly much right now. But I would, of anything, click that court physician and see if you have anybody. It'll show a list of candidates. It'll rank them like on their aptitude. If you have any that have like good or like even just like average aptitude, it might all show poor or terrible. Yeah. So that's what mine shows. So on the far right of the screen, like in the same area you found that military, at the very bottom there'll be a brown quill and ink pot decisions. One of them should be search for physician. I would recommend doing that. And it will like your character will intentionally look for good court physicians. So you're not just like appointing some like random dude that like maybe sawed a dude's leg off on the battlefield once. Like this way you can get like a proper physician.
Oh, this is a RTS, but the odds were just really nice.
It has like a pretty well built out like military aspect to it. Not quite as in depth as like an RTS like a StarCraft would. But it's also like a game of like intrigue and dynastic politics. Like you can just plot to assassinate somebody if you like if it's going to work to your end. So like you can arrange like diplomacy and alliances, call in like allies to your war. So like it's almost kind of like Risk or like Civ meets an RTS.
I am sending a proposal to my son.
To make you his guardian, that will automatically accept because he's your son. He's at your court.
He will become
That will
my board.
yeah, and so you will occasionally get event pop-ups like like your son like watched an execution for a criminal, and like depending on his outlook or like the way you handle things, you can influence like their personality traits. So you'd have to look and see like like do I want them to become like a craven or ambitious, and like basically kind of influence who they are. How long does it take to really get the hang of a game like this? Not super long. There is an actual tutorial that kind of walks you through the basics. And it takes maybe an hour or two to learn like the absolute basics of the game to go. And like you just like kind of learn and better understand like the systems as you go, but to like get a grasp and actually play it, it's not too terribly long.
This is the kind of tutorial that helps me though. Have someone who knows what they're doing, like, try doing this. Now,
There,
do this. Oh, you didn't understand what I just said. Here, let me rephrase and help you with that. Yeah.
so in those decisions, a couple other ones that might become important later: host, feast, and call hunt are ways that you can gain prestige and probably relieve stress for your character if they become stressed. Bottom left next to your character's coat of arms, there's a lifestyle button, inventory, and then a stress meter. Every 100 stress, you hit a new level and you suffer like a different kind of like break or coping mechanism. So if you get close to a mental break, do something like that to relieve stress. Or if you need to get prestige for something, you can do that. Pilgrimage gives you piety. You have to spend gold basically to go on a journey. Invite champions you can ignore because it invites like possible like martial characters, but you have to like actually pay them and everything to like join you. And right now we're probably more strapped for gold than we'd think, and it's like a ridiculous amount. You got to pay them like sometimes like 80 gold to just like join you as a champion. It's like kind of ridiculous. Like you can hire an entire mercenary company for that much money. Um, but another one that would probably be good would be determine personal deity, which is something we can do as like Asatru Norse characters.
Yeah.
And then like it'll have a thing like you gain devotee of Odin, which gives you increased intrigue and piety per dread, because Odin was this god of knowledge. Devotee of Ullr for martial, devotee of Thor for stewardship and prowess, devotee of Freyr for like fertility. But your character has tons of heirs, so you don't need that.
Thank you for your luck. I do appreciate that.
So whichever one of I would probably choose either like Thor or Ullr at this point. I'm probably going to choose Thor for myself, because I want this stewardship buff because that's what kind of helps you gain money, and that's one of my lower stats.
Sorry.
In those decision lists, there should be one called Determine a Personal Deity. There'll be a big button that says Dedicate your worship to a particular god, and then shortly, once we unpause, there'll be an event that pops up where you pick which one you want to do. Oh, actually, it looks like it's going to pop up now because it doesn't take any time. But I'm going to choose Thor because that will help me. Yeah, and there's just like passive buffs. Like if you
If
go,
I click those,
that will select it. Yes. And one thing as well, if you hover over something, you'll probably notice a little pop up, and that little pop up will have a wheel in the right hand side. Once that real wheel makes it all the way around, that tooltip will stay persistent on your screen until you hover over something else you can interact with. So, like, you can hover over a character's name, and it'll pop up a little view of that character, and then you can move into their little pop up to delve further. So, like, it's just kind of a way to navigate through the menu and move into those pop-ups and just kind of search your way through different things. It'll define certain terms or like outcomes for certain things. Um, so it's just kind of a way to navigate
that's
through.
it. This character's miracle. It ripped the steer piety for her.
See, your character currently doesn't have any dread. Um, but I mean, you probably don't really need a whole lot of piety at the moment.
Portland plus 3 provinces provinces affected by return plus
Yeah.
50%.
And the higher you raise these stats, there's different stuff they do, like increasing your martial can just passively increase your levy size, like how many men you can summon from different provinces. Levy reinforcements, it increases like the advantage you get in battles when you're the commander. Um, but stewardship like increases your like taxes and your domain limit, so like how much territory you can directly control, um, and stuff like that. So like right now, I want my character to make more money because he only controls a single county, so I chose stewardship for just a slight gold boost. But
Sorry.
you've got 4 sons already. I wouldn't worry about it. Honestly, at this point, you probably have too many sons, because unless one of us becomes a king, when all of those like jarldoms split apart,
It's
they will be
either
separate realms.
Gardner or Thor.
I chose Thor because I wanted the stewardship bonus. Since you're at war with 2 different petty kingdoms right now that you're trying to take over, the Uller one might actually make sense for you. That and my martial is higher than yours because like Hestine's martial is 27, just because he's Hestin. And another thing, after you pick that, bottom left again next to your character's kind of coat of arms and their title, there'll be a lifestyle thing. My character doesn't have any selected right now.
Oh no.
It'll be in the bottom left. Will be the easiest place to access it. You might need to leave the big character menu if you have it open.
Lifestyle. None.
Yeah. So and then you can choose a different thing in here, and you basically choose a different skill tree to work towards. And there will be events that pop up that give you like possible like benefits to each of these. So like my character already has like some good martial stuff selected, but I'm gonna go into stewardship because once again I want that. Then you choose a focus, and that focus will have like some buffs to it. Like I'm gonna pick the one that gives me extra income, so I'm gonna choose wealth focus. So basically, choose whichever focus you feel like you need.
I'm gonna be the warlike guy.
Which I mean makes sense for your character, especially with what's going on right now.
Yeah. And then strategy over steer balance. Huh?
So look at the different bonuses each gives and deem which one you think is going to be most important.
What does this mean?
Okay, so it looks like the character had already started working his way down that skill tree.
Okay.
So if you hover over each of those, it will basically tell you what it does. Like that Bellum Justum causes belly cost negative 50%. So like it takes less prestige to declare war. Parthian Tactics basically gives you like just a bunch of buffs to looks like a bunch of cavalry type characters, which we don't really have right now, which is weird. But you'll see a bar kind of in the center above those 3 different trees. That's the experience. It takes 1,000 to reach the next perk to unlock. As you proceed, it takes longer and longer to unlock each subsequent perk. And you can work your way through any of these trees at any given time, so long as you're under the martial lifestyle. So you can work your way down.
So how do I select?
You haven't reached a skill point yet because you see that bar isn't filled and you've got 0. It will tell you when you have reached like another skill point, but this is basically kind of the way you progress and unlock some extra things for your character.
Others lifestyle focus.
And the focus does reset when your character dies and you take on a new ruler.
Yeah. Uh, should I? Okay, so this is for. Okay. Sorry. I heard what you said, and I was too busy looking at this.
Oh, the focus stuff on the left.
Yeah.
Amongst all of these, if you wanted to do the martial, the strategy one might be the best because that just gives you a +3 to the martial. You don't really need dread or control at this point.
Yeah.
So if it were me, that's probably what I would pick.
I know that it changed every 5 years.
That is one thing as well. Once you kind of set it, you're stuck for a little while.
That's alright.
And because once again, just bumping your martial just gives you extra bumps to like the number of levies you can raise and your reinforcements and your just general efficiency at war stuff. So like just a big +3 bump is good. It's probably more important than that dread or that control.
I can declare 15 more.
Yeah, I can declare 5 at the moment. Well, once again, because we are Norse Viking characters, we can just declare like wars of conquest, like left and right. So basically, like anyone within range of you is a valid war target. So like you've just got more targets around you than I do. So one thing, go under your current situation. Do you see anything that says not endorsed by your Godi? Well, do you see one that says not endorsed by your Godi, which is basically like your realm's like top priest? If you don't have that, that's good. My Godi currently doesn't endorse me for some reason. So what I'm probably gonna do is replace this dude. Because if you are not endorsed by your high priest, you will not receive taxes and levies from temple and religious holdings. So I want to get rid of this dude because he doesn't like me.
Should I look for a champion?
I would not because they will come to your court as guests, and to fully recruit them to your court, you have to pay them honestly like an unnecessarily large amount of money, in my opinion. Like it's not a very balanced amount. It can be like 80 gold, which is like enough
with the active election.
I mean, you can look into it if you want, see if it'll let you cast a vote for who you want to be the next king of Alba. That'd be. I mean, you could vote for yourself, I suppose. You probably won't get support from the rest of the lords of Alba, but you can try.
I vote for you. That's not there. I vote for a child. A baby. A literal infant. Your voter strength. 1. I assume that's not very high.
Yeah, well, I mean, it should show you somewhere like the total number of votes, and it's usually tied to different levels of titles, and depending on like the exact like election and setup, like it might be like, oh, like people that are one rank lower than the title get to vote. So basically, like all the dukes get to elect the new king. Um, or it might be like 2 levels lower, so all the counts and the dukes get to elect a king. Maybe if it was an emperor, only kings and dukes would get to elect.
It's clips that are not part of my dynasty. Oh no. No.
I mean, you don't even have to like bother to like vote and interact with that. It probably just pops up because your current jarldom is de jure, like legally, it's considered part of the Kingdom of Alba. So if the King of Alba wanted to, he could declare war on you like justly and say like, "Hey, this is part of my like kingdom. I'm taking it back." But we probably don't have to worry about that. Dude's only got 1700, like 1751 in his military strength. So like he'd be stupid to try to take you on. But like he could try. He could try.
I I'm ready whenever you are. I know. I've just been away for the number that hit self down.
Yeah, it won't until we unpause it because as you see, it's 1st of January. I'm gonna put game speed to slowest, so every couple of seconds will be an in-game day, and it shows you the date and time in the bottom right.
There, yes, it does.
Yeah, we don't really need to worry about factions or intrigue yet. If you feel that you've got the need to like assassinate somebody, or you want to like sway somebody to like make them think better of you or become your friend, just like let me know.
I'm going to assassinate Dennis. And it doesn't know this, which is why I whisper him.
But I will unpause it, and you'll probably get the prompt about the betrothal between our children. Accept it. And then in your
Yes,
current
sir.
situations, that will probably change, and there will be a you can call allies into war. You will want to call me into both of your wars for Northumbria and for East Anglia. And I will accept them.
And then we will conquer him.
I mean, we could if you really wanted to. You could try to conquer England because if you take over half of what would constitute the Kingdom of England, you could declare yourself King of England so long as you had enough money to create the title.
I have
So
to,
like,
I have to
'cause-
entire their confidence just like
and then if your character dies before you can create the title, your land fractures amongst all your sons, and you start back from square one. So once again, that's why try not to piss away money, like on just hiring like a single champion or dumb stuff like that if you can avoid it.
What if I slowly methodically kill all of my sons except for one?
I don't think it will let you try to assassinate your children unless your character has a very specific like trait. I might be the callous trait. I'm not sure, but there is like a specific trait that your character has to have to basically be willing to kill their own offspring. The easiest thing, honestly, would be for you to probably like right click on your children and see if there is a like under hostile
Severe
actions. There'd be like
before we start, before we start, I'm just gonna say, let's pray this year, let's pray welcome Christmas, and let's do it as the Viper, do it school. You're gonna go. I don't know, but I don't. So, anyway, there. Let's do this there. Let's go that way.
all right, I am about to unpause it. 3, 2, 1, go. Or do I actually have to click the unpause button down here? I thought it'd be spacebar. It's not spacebar. There we go. I unpaused it. So it is now 2nd of January.
I have. Is my number going up? How do I know?
Has the progress bar filled up? There's a progress bar underneath the little blue thing. Or the green thing, my bad. Once the progress bar is full and that has stopped going, I'll go ahead and take those men and march them over to Barony of Babenberg, where it should be a flaming flag over there in Northumbria. Oh, I have found a court physician. Ooh, Eleanor is a very good court physician. I will hire her. She's got 12 learning, the renowned physician trait, and whole of body. She is 18-year-old Catholic. So she doesn't have the greatest opinion of me at the moment, but so be it. Well, that's fine. They don't hold any titles. the top one is probably the one that's got the better stats.
Yeah.
It usually tends to put them at the top of the choices. They cost a little bit more money, but in my opinion, it's almost always worth it.
You can call Dynasty.
Have you gotten a pop up for my marriage proposal yet?
Not that I'm aware of.
I'm going to pause it real quick to see something.
I've got education.
It says you're already considering a proposal for me. If you go into your current situations, do you have like any kind of like proposal options or anything?
I have you can call Dynasty. It doesn't say that.
Click on your daughter, maybe.
Oh, arrangement brother. Is this you? Yeah.
Okay, there we go. That's it. Yes. So go ahead and hit accept.
It says you're inferior.
Because you technically have more men at arms than I do. There we go. So now the alliance popped up. And see that automatically formed an alliance to us because our heirs were betrothed. So now go if you can find my character, that's fine. You can click him up in that banner. You can go to your son and then my daughter, and then I'll show up as her parent. Or you can go, I believe, into your military tabs. Actually, military tabs might not be in there. But your current situation, you should have like you can summon here we go. You can call on your ally Count Hestine. Click on that. That will allow you to call me into war.
Let's do that.
Yeah, and you'll have to pick which war. I would prioritize the Northumbria one, and then do that and hit call the war, and then do the same thing for the other war. You'll have to click one. I'd pick the Northumbria one first.
That's what? It's not.
Yeah, Lothian, I guess. Yeah.
It's not. It's terrible.
Oh, okay. I think I see what's going on. You're attacking Lothian, so the northern part of Northumbria. Your brother in York, he has probably declared war on of Northumberland. So you'll be getting the northern part of Northumbria. He'll be getting the southern part of Northumbria once this is done.
Okay.
So you and Jarl Halfdan will be splitting it.
That's fine. Oh, we're gonna split the other one as well, so it's fine.
Okay. Have you summoned me to both of them? It hasn't given me the prompt yet, but it won't. It'll take a couple days for the diplomat to make it to me. So there's not like an actual.
I only did.
Send the game just puts it.
I only did one of them.
Go ahead and do both. And I will accept both. Not dynasty members. Is it not giving you another one to call me in? Maybe because I haven't accepted the first one. Because that's usually a thing it will do. Characters can only consider one proposal from each other at a time.
Okay.
So I'm going to unpause it and accept. Yep, there we go. Accept. I have joined the war, and so now I can see everything that's going on up there. So you raised all of your men? I only see 1,900 up there.
Oh. Maybe I didn't wait long enough.
Not sure, but I'm just going to go ahead and sail my men up to Bebenberg. But go ahead and call me into East Anglia as well. Actually, no, hold on. I see you've got 5,000 men currently in York, North Riding. You see, just south of that. Move to the east coast of England. Go to the right. It's a stack of 5,000 men. They should all be in blue. Yeah, they're blue for me because you're my ally. They're green for you because they're yours.
Yeah, that's nice. Where do I
you see those red guys southwest of you? March them to intercept those guys and kill them. And it will, when it thinks there's going to be a battle somewhere, it's going to pop a little flag. It'll say, and the flag's color will denote basically like what the outcome's going to be. With 5,000 men, it's probably going to say like, you will most likely win, or like you will win decisively because you just outranked them so terribly. Oh, see, they're moving down into Doncaster. When you see the arrow goes white, that means they've committed to their movement and they have to complete the movement. So once you basically are halfway through the movement time, you have to stick with it. Um,
Oh, what do I do? Oh, yeah.
just keep marching those guys over to Barony of Babenberg on the east coast. It'll have like that flaming flag of red and yellow.
Yeah.
Just march them over to that because that's their capital. We're gonna lay siege and conquer it.
Straight over.
Yeah, they'll take the most direct path on their own. If you cross over multiple territories, sometimes you don't want them to do that, so you might send them somewhere else to get there in a roundabout way.
I was literally glass through. Yeah, that works.
That's fine. You can march
War.
through neutral
It's a-
territories.
It's
No
a
issue.
battle.
Yeah. So you see the blue is currently outdoing the red. You are winning this one because you just outnumber them so much. Before they
There-
clashed, was there like a green flag that said like you will win decisively or you will probably win?
It's
There's usually something like that before like it'll pop up in the territory where they're
And
about to meet. Oh,
actually-
there's a
Better.
bunch of dudes that are about to land right here. So I am going to join your 3,000 men here because East Anglia is marching 4,000 men up to meet us.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put myself in between you and them.
We're doing it. We're about to win. They're at 51, 54, 31.
And you'll probably get a
Wow.
pop up that says victory. You could just click through that and ignore it.
They're dead.
You won't have destroyed their entire army. There'll be a certain number of casualties and a certain amount that flee. So see, only 655 made it out alive.
Alright.
Jorvik is technically allied to us. We don't need to worry about that.
It doesn't
See,
say-
there's these 42 dudes down here, a little bit further south, that are. Let's ignore those guys for the moment and just focus on winning the war up in Northumbria. So I'm going to just kind of march. I'm going to lay siege to Dunholm, which is a bit south of where your guys are currently laying siege.
Yeah.
What
do I do with my 3,600?
Just decide to basically march them somewhere.
We have to go up. They're going to join my forces. For now. Alright, I'm having a little battle right here. Oh, we're gonna lose.
Wait a minute. Who's considered hostile to you at the moment? Oh, is Jorvik considered hostile? Oh, that's annoying. Okay.
There's a lot of people behind me as well.
I don't know if I'll get there in time to.
I just
Take these 3,600 men, move them into Dunholm.
hold on. Is there a pause?
I think you can pause it as well. Bottom right, you'll see the date, and there'll be a little pause and play sign. I think you should be able to pause things too as you need.
Okay. So I want a pop up that said, yeah.
Oh, what, that dynasty had change?
Yeah.
Let's see. House Invering is probably part of the Sigurdur dynasty. The current head is the Duke of Jorvik. I think that changes based on relative military strength. I don't think you were the dynasty head to begin with. I think the Jarl of Upland was. But you were the head of House Invering, which is basically like your cadet branch.
Yeah. So what
But
do I?
you don't really need to worry about that at the moment.
Okay.
But so take those 3,600 guys you have and move them into Dunholm, where you see I'm about to move.
Yeah. Right there.
Yeah. Yeah, that little castle should say Barony of Dunholm when you hover over it. Move those men there. and our men should join up there. You should also have an option to like tie them to me, I believe, to make them follow like my lead, basically. You see that army of men, that 1124? Can you move those down to where we are as well?
1124.
Or are they currently like retreating at the moment? Or are they just standing there? You've got guys moving up there. Make sure they are all coming to Dunholm. So if you highlight all of those guys, there should be an option in the bottom left to basically merge the army. It'll be like two arrows coming together. That way they won't be split into separate units and they'll all move together. That will probably be the best thing to do at the moment.
Where? Sorry.
It'll be the bottom left somewhere.
Bottom left somewhere.
There'll be like a little pop-up, and then I think it's going to be towards like the top right of that little square. There should be like a merge armies button. It should look like two arrows coming together. I see, like the bottom left of your screen at the moment where you've got that pop-up.
Yeah.
You need to select all of those armies again, because now you've just got the one selected, but that's the area you need to do it in. So just drag and drop a box over all of them. It'll select all of them.
Yeah. Oops. Yeah. Okay.
When you have them all selected, I think you're looking at the county right now.
There we are.
Yeah, and toward near the X in the top right, those arrows should be merge armies.
There we are.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Now they're all one just big block. And then north of us, those 1124 other dudes, can you bring them down to where we're laying siege? It's where that battle just was.
These guys.
Yeah, the green one's there. Can you move them down, or are they moving somewhere else on their own? See if you can like just right click and bring them down here to Dunholm. After it looks like you got them selected, so just see if you can bring them down. Right click where you want them to come. Are they? Will it let you move them, or are they currently like retreating or something?
They're retreating there.
Okay, so we're gonna have to wait until they get back there. Then, dang it. Okay,
That's a
whatever.
long time. That's a long way that they're running. But yeah, okay.
Well, we can finish laying siege here, and then we can go back up there with the armies combined, and we should be able to take out the other guys.
I did like.
Now select your 2,800 guys and see if there's an option in that bottom left again.
Yeah.
It might look like a chain or something like that, where you can attach them to my host.
Attached your army. Split off of your army. Split in half. Split off. I think I did it.
We're gonna wait. I'm gonna just speed up the game speed a bit because we're waiting for those guys to go back to your capital, and we're just waiting for the siege to happen. So, but if you click on the siege, it says max 5 months left. There is a bit of like details to the siege where you see like these siege events. We don't have any siege weapons yet, so we can't knock down the walls to assault it. But you can just kind of check in on the progress of a siege this way.
Yeah, it's 3 months left.
And now what we're going to do after we take this, we're just going to march up there to where we lost that battle. And we're going to take Babenberg. Because see, that I think was technically a hostile arm. Oh, hold on. These 725 guys are... Oh, your guys are back at your capital. Go ahead and grab them and march them over to Babenberg again.
Over to
Actually,
Dunholm or
Babenberg, because that's where we're going to meet up. Just be careful because I think those were the Jorvik. I think is technically considered hostile to us because we have declared war on the same target. They won't actively seek us out, and fighting amongst ourselves won't change the war score for like the actual conquest. But if our armies do collide, they will fight. So we want to avoid that if we can. So just watch those guys as they move, and I can move the rest of our guys up to Dunholm once we finish the siege.
I'm gonna go here then.
Yeah, just watch where those guys move and just move them around like the little baronies to just make sure they don't come into contact with the other guys.
Yeah.
Because if you just tell them to go to Dunholm on their own, they will take the fastest path regardless of what obstacles are in the way. So that is one thing you do got to look for. Because if you know there are enemy armies about, just kind of plan your movements. Okay, I'm going to unpause it. We control Dunholm. I'm moving up to the place. Yeah, so you might just if you could bring those guys the long way around, or you could you're touching the sea at the moment, you could board them onto a ship and land them where we currently are. If you were to like right click them into the Firth of Forth, they'll board a ship and then you can bring them down.
Yeah.
And that way you can avoid them.
That's perfect.
Oh, hey, Alfred just took over for Ethelred.
And negotiated an alliance with Jarl Jorn.
I would do that if I were you, and then call him into war.
You can designate a garden for simple. I do this.
Do what?
Guardian for my second floor.
Sure, I would appoint yourself.
Yeah.
Also, one thing you can do is if you've got like political rivals within like a kingdom, like maybe you're like two dukes underneath a king or an emperor or something, and you want to like take over a neighboring duchy or something, you can like, hey, like why don't you send your child to be educated, by me, and then you can purposefully give them bad traits.
I'm a friend.
Yeah. Well, he replaced his brother in this war because his brother died. So Wessex is basically saying Wessex is still at war, but there's a new ruler in charge. Because Ethelred died on a hunting accident. Apparently, nothing suspicious there.
My dear brother.
Yeah. Now just move your boat down, and then once it's in the next sea zone, you can drop them into where I am.
Let's start here. It says I can't. Hold on. Sorry. It said I can't call it for.
Is it giving you a reason why?
Your inspired Pinnacle. Another war.
So your other brother, I guess, had called him into war before this. It's good to just keep him as an ally because we can call him in later, but he's not going to help us on this one. Or click the East Anglia one. See if you can call him into that war.
Your inspired one of their opponents in another war.
Okay, dang it, because these wars are both going on at the same time. Yeah, because I think East Anglia is probably also an ally for Northumbria. Yeah, so that's not going to work. You might be able to invite him into that war after this one ends.
I assume this is what I'm doing.
Yeah, bring them there, and then you can land them here. Wait, hold on. Are we not laying siege to this at the? Why aren't we laying siege to this?
It's up to you.
No. Yeah, our character should be besieging this. Yeah, go
Oh,
ahead and hit play.
by the way, there's times. No, just to let you know. I live after this school. And you're even ready for it. I didn't play.
Yeah, why are we not sieging Bebenberg right now? I guess because okay, weird. Okay, so we're gonna march up to Dunbar and Edinburgh, I guess. So just follow me up the coast.
Where?
Uh, see where those guys are moving.
Yeah.
Just follow me up the coast, I guess. And I think if we take this castle, that should be all we need to finish this war in Lothian, and then we can go down and focus on East Anglia.
Okay, yeah. We're just going straight into it all together. Oh, 5 months. We did it. What's up there?
Yeah, so see how those armies are in orange, so they're technically hostile to us, but they're not our enemies. See how they are currently going after that army. Why did they stop chasing the 710 guys?
No idea.
Yeah, sometimes the AI is weird. What they might be doing is they're intentionally trying to like being raided from Count Olaf.
You know what?
Raiders. Hold on, I can end this pretty quickly. I can just like call in some mercenaries.
We are about to win the war. We did it. No, what? No, hold on. I better pause. Because I didn't hear it. My daughter. Oh, I got 2 daughters. I'm a great family.
Oh, okay. See, it looks like your character just had twins. Now, one thing you can do as well, once you name them, you can click on them and click that arrange betrothal option, and like find matches for them. I do see two of your sons. Actually, all of your sons currently are unmarried, so that might be something you want to do. Is or they're not betrothed. Like we can find matches for them. One of the things you'll probably want to focus on is you can sort all the possible candidates by different criteria. You might want to sort by alliance strength, and then like select like wives for your sons that will bring like powerful allies to the table.
Relevance. Alliance power. It's
Then you see those little like flags in the middle that'll tell you who you're forming the alliance with, basically, or who that marriage will create the alliance with. So I think that top one, or those top two, would be allying you with the Duke of, yeah, Jarl of Schellen. So basically, like not quite the King of Denmark, but close to it, because Kingdom of Denmark doesn't exist yet. So like, I don't know, pick which one you think is better, has the better stats or whatever. Um, obviously don't pick the 30-year-old. That can lead to some succession problems when your son is of age. But I would pick one of those top two, honestly. And then once he accepts this betrothal, because they probably will, it'll tell you if they'll accept or deny it. You could then call him into your wars. So see, will accept, so he'll take it. And then once he accepts it, you'll be able to invite him into the wars the same way you invited me. No, do not do matrilineal because that will yeah, that will basically like any heirs or like any children of the marriage will not be of your dynasty; they'll be of hers, um, which you don't want to do with your firstborn.
Different one.
Oh, wait a minute. We have now succeeded in our Sons of Lothbrok war. So, okay.
Yeah, but it's us. So,
Well, you can still send your enforce your demands to in the war because we just finished our siege of Dunbar. So we've won enough battles and taken enough land from them. We can enforce our demands. So once you finish making matches, at the bottom you will see some different banners with coats of arms and crossed swords. There'll be one that'll say plus 100, and it'll have like a golden like wreath. You know, think like Roman emperor wearing that wreath on his head. You can click that, and then you'll be able to click enforce demands, and he will then surrender the Jarldom of Lothian to you. So you will take like basically like the border between England and Scotland. The Scottish side of that will belong to you. And then we will sail down to East Anglia and conquer that for you.
what do I do?
So you see that there should be one where it's got a green plus 100.
Yeah.
Click it. And then there should be an option to enforce demands. Once it pulls up the view of the war, it'll have like our side and their side and show the war score. Click the middle section of that, and that should like where it says Sons of Lothbrok invasion, and that should pop it up. And there should be like or in the bottom. There we go. There, I think it'll probably be on the right. Enforce demands.
Yeah.
That'll pop it up, and then hit the enforce demands button. And because our war score is at 100, he will accept it. He basically has to. So there we go. So now you see the territory our army is in now is also labeled Sturdijar. Wait a minute, is that guy's behind prison bars? Who has him captive right now?
Your prisoner and rival.
Oh my, he's your prisoner. We could sacrifice him to Odin, or I mean, if you ransom him, he only has 16 gold, so it's not like you could pay the full ransom anyway.
It's the ever losing. What? The visitors of your life are Mr. Ever losing. You are a much greater foe than I imagined. In order to put an end to this bloodshed, I will comply with your demands. Signed, Edgar Ella, us, son. Oh, no,
Nice. And that basically just tells you what's going to happen. I'll gain some prestige because I contributed to the war as your ally. You'll get the territories.
I'm gonna have a bunch of that after it. No,
I recommend just keeping him as a prisoner. Do you also have his wife as a prisoner? You do. You've got him and his wife as prisoners.
What did I
I guess that siege we led, we captured them both. Okay, that's why it suddenly ended the wars because we captured the king.
No, probably not the crowd.
Click on that, and it should. I'm not sure if it will pop up something in particular, or actually, I guess now's a good time to look at the council. So on the right, underneath, remember that military button? There'll be like a greenish, bluish looking chair that'll say council.
Yeah.
Click that, and you should have your marshal in the bottom left.
Yeah.
And there will be a lock that says increase control in county. Click on that. To look like a lock and key.
Yeah.
Now, in your realm, it will show basically different shades of red. The darker the shade of the red, the lower control you have in that territory. I would probably pick one that's relatively high, like Lothian right there, for example. And just kind of let him do his thing. He'll tell you when he's finished establishing, complete control.
Yeah.
And another thing to do now, after you've picked the county you want to put him in, it'll say like he's like in Earldom of Lothian.
Yeah.
And give you time frame.
13 years left.
Underneath counselors, go to courtiers. Scroll down until you find one called Seneschal.
I predict that's better. There we go. Scroll back. Yep, Seneschal.
Click on the plus and see who's got the best aptitude, and I would name them your seneschal. They will help just basically shore up control in your kingdom as one of your courtiers. It's about time to appoint one of those.
Boy.
Oh, you've got one with good.
Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah, select her, and she will just help increase blanket control across your kingdom.
He's also the core physician,
Yeah, nice.
which is not good.
I mean, that's fine.
Disabled building.
Because you just recently conquered those, you won't have them now. I probably can't see this because you have that bar up top. But in the very, very top right of the screen, there'll be it looks like a little building and a castle. If you hover over it, it'll say domain, and there'll be a fraction and then holdings. What is that fraction?
9 out of 4.
So you are currently 5 holdings over your limit. How old is your oldest son? Or how old are any of your sons?
My oldest son is 10.
Probably too early to start giving him titles.
I am 23.
Well, you're 23 and your son is 10. How old? Okay, your wife is 28. Is your wife his mother? Yeah. Okay. So you were 13 and your wife was 18.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And if you look at your wife,
it's a lot that way.
Back then at least. But yeah, click on your wife because it'll show you her traits. This is kind of funny. You're deceitful, lustful, ambitious, intricate web weaver of a wife. Oh, she also has the pretty modifier.
Yes, that's so funny.
Yeah. No, I mean I can see her. Oh, actually, her opinion of you right now is -13. Oh, because you broke a betrothal with somebody. I guess she kind of dislikes because. Okay, I mean, she'll get over that in a couple of years. Oh, you could right click on your wife. Under personal, there should be a few options. Like sway would just make her like you more. There's also the seduce and romance options if you want to give one of those a try. Hover over each of those, or click the seduce one and see what the success chance is. 45. Hover over the 45 and see why it's so low. Might be just because of her general opinion of you. So you could sway her to get over the fact that she'll kind of get over the fact that you broke, your daughter's betrothal that you had arranged. And then when she likes you more, her opinion is positive. It'll be easier to seduce and then romance your wife. That actually having a spouse is just like a lover and a soulmate is just opposed to a politically married spouse. There is fertility and stress bonus and stuff like that. It's good to have.
Should I try sway her first?
Yeah, what is the success chance of swaying?
65.
I would give it a try, and there'll probably be just a couple pop-up events where you can choose certain things, and the outcome might increase the odds of success.
Alright. Let's see. You can call your
see if you can call him into this war for East Anglia. That would be nice. And see, now we are no longer hostile to those armies from York. The ones below us are now gray, so they will totally ignore each other. So what I suggest we do now is we split our armies apart. Because if your armies...
the vessels expect crowds of addition.
Click on that and see who expects positions.
They are Gridar, which I know that one. Yeah. Was the room? And yeah. Was it there?
They're only mayors, so it's not like they can actually oppose you like militarily at this point because like you don't. I don't think you have any vassals underneath you. Let me see if there's a way I can look and see if you do. Okay, you do. Chief of the Mon, so like Duchy of Man. Okay, and then all the others are just mayors. Um, click. So your character currently has one brother who doesn't have any land. So if you click on your characters and go to siblings, there's your sibling Ubba.
That's you really not. Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, so he's currently just the marshal for your brother in York.
It's not the famous.
I mean, it is the same historical one that you're probably thinking of. I guess he just doesn't control any land for himself. But if you right click on him, is there like a grant titles? Because if you need to grant titles to anybody, family is best. Yeah, I wouldn't do any of that. Let me see. So I'm looking at everything you control directly. You need to get rid of a few territories.
You want to say
Well, so here's the thing. Click on the tribe of Lanark in Lanarkshire. It's west of where our armies currently are. And there should be like a is there any button that says like, like grant 2 or something like that where you can pick like a list of nobles? Because honestly, the thing we might want to do now, because you don't have like, children or their dynasty members that are really eligible to inherit stuff, would be to just so east of not those guys, but like your new territory, Lanarkshire, on the left side of the area we just conquered.
Yeah.
Click on it should be Tribe of Lanark, but it looks like a little ring fort.
Yeah.
See if there's like, once you click on that in the bottom left, if there's any option to like grant it to, or like
there's
so click that and it should pull up a list of possible candidates.
Yes.
Because you currently control too much land for yourself.
And then grant somehow my physician. That would be hilarious.
Is your physician a male?
No.
Then you probably would not be able to know. So now, if you hover over those people on the left, it'll tell you if they're like heirs to any titles. You probably want to pick people that are not heirs to any particular title. So there's no chance of like there being succession and it leaving your realm because they inherited land elsewhere. Or actually, let me see what your claims aren't an issue, but if you hover over them, see if they're the heir to anything. Claims aren't an issue. That just means that might be new territory they could conquer for you, so long as they don't press a claim that's of an equal or higher rank than yours. If any land they conquer will actually technically fall into your realm because they're your vassal.
Spirit and has no. It's not inherited.
That guy's got a pretty good intrigue stat, so he could become one of your counselors because you're about to make him an earl. So he'll be one of your powerful vassals in your realm, and he will expect a council position. And he's got a decent stats to be your spy master. So like, do you want to? So it said currently 9 out of 5 will want to find 4 territories you can get rid of. Let me see what your sons are in line to inherit. Your main son, the 10-year-old, he's in line to inherit. Okay, that's fine.
Now it says grant titles.
Oh yeah, you'll want to pick that one that says Lanarkshire. It looks like it's already highlighted in gold, and it's got an outline there. So then you could just hit grant, and that'll finalize what you're giving him. Oh, you just unselect it. Yeah, there you go. And then that will give it to him. And see, now it's got its own little like flag, and there's a little earl that rules there for you. And he should have a pretty high opinion of you because you just made him an earl.
And I'm out of now.
So the next one we probably want to get rid of. I'm looking at ones that have like lower gold and like levy opportunities for you. Basically like the least expensive ones, because weaker vassals can't oppose you, and keeping the good stuff for yourself increases your own wealth and military strength.
Yeah.
We probably want to get rid of that one in Teviodale, Kelso.
That's fine. Yeah.
But one thing I want you to do first, you see that green crown on the right hand side of the screen? Click that. That'll open up your realm, and then on the right there should be a tab called Succession.
Yeah.
Oh, also, that crown with the 2 on it. Click on that. Let's increase your crown authority. That allows you to revoke titles and stuff from your vassals in case they get out of line.
That's the law.
Yeah, yeah. So go ahead and do that because you want at least limited crown authority this early on in the game.
Yeah.
But now go into Succession, and it should show you all your different heirs and what they're going to inherit.
Yeah.
What is your primary heir going to inherit?
Darling, when you die, it'll fence there.
So those 3 he's inheriting. Give me their names. He's going to inherit your main jarldom, obviously, the Sudiyar.
Sudiyar, brother of Israel, Sudiyar, and then, Arkell, brother of Arkell, and then 2 more titles that are not specified.
Hold on. Well, it should show you all the little shields under him. Hover over each of those shields.
Okay.
Annandale. He's gonna inherit Annandale? Okay, odd. Now those 7 lost in succession. Expand that little arrow next to the red thing. That'll show you everything he's not going to inherit. You see, I don't know why he wouldn't be inheriting that upper part of Sudiyar, but that's weird. So what is that son going to inherit? It looks like he's going to be inheriting a duchy, like the Duchy of Lothian.
Yeah, that's real Lothian.
One's going to inherit the Duchy of Man. What are the little shields under that he's going to inherit? The guy inheriting Lothian.
Up in there, Dunbar, Lothian, Lothian. It's all of Lothian.
Except Annandale. For some reason, your primary son is taking that. Well, maybe because you haven't actually formed the Duchy of Lothian yet. If you actually formed the duchy, it would give him everything underneath that duchy, and it would give your other son everything under the Sudriyar. You have enough gold to form the duchy, but honestly, you don't need to right now. You got plenty of time, so we can ignore that. I would give Kelso to somebody.
Out here? Or...
Yeah, that Teviotdale one. When it comes to granting land to your children, you can only give them what they're going to inherit. You can't bypass the inheritance law by just giving them everything. So I would probably just pick another good person from the list. Like you picked that guy with the spy master. Just make sure they're not like a ruler anywhere else, because you might be just like giving your titles away. Because if you're over your domain limit, you start to suffer penalties to your taxation and your levies. So we do want to get you underneath that as we can. And then the next one I'd probably get rid of would.
That's what?
Let me see who that is. He's got decent learning and decent stewardship skills. He's not like in line to. Okay, he's lowborn, so he wouldn't be in line to inherit anything.
Yeah.
He wouldn't really have any like family or power base to oppose you. He's 36. We don't know if he's married, but if he's not, he'll probably find a wife. And another thing is if you have a vassal that dies and they don't have an heir, it goes to their liege.
Okay.
So if he were to for some reason die, it would just go back to you. So he honestly would not be a bad choice. He could be a decent choice for one of them. Now I'm just trying to think the last one we want to get rid of, because what will you be at after you give this one away? We've pointed 2 vassals. Yeah, 2. I think.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
Um,
So I have
what's your
7 out of 4.
um 7 out of 4?
It was 7/4.
Um,
It was
go in.
9/4, not 7/4.
I would say go into your council and change your wife's ruler to help manage your domain, but your wife only has 2 stewardship, so it's like I don't think that would give you enough of a buff to hold an extra territory. Yeah, but go back into your council view. In the top left, you'll see your wife. Um,
Yeah.
where it says assist ruler, click that and go to manage domain, and see if that changes the denominator. So if it becomes like 7 out of 5.
It still says 7/4.
Okay, she didn't have a high enough stewardship to make a difference. I'd put her back on just assist ruler, and that way you get half of her, or not half of her stats. You get like, well, she buffs all of your stats that way. Whereas if you give her something specific, you get half of her stats added
Yeah.
to yours, basically.
Uh,
Or if you want to focus on like Marshall or something, go ahead and appoint her to a specific task. Your wife does have very good intrigue, actually, so she would.
Is it spy? She's already my spy master.
She is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. If she's
Oh
already a
no,
spy
that's
master,
my
then
mother. My mother's a spy master.
I mean, you could appoint your wife to the one that takes benefit of her intrigue bonus. You'd get +10 because I think it rounds down. You get +10 to your intrigue, which would be helpful. And that'll increase your You're trying to sway your own wife right now, yeah? I don't
Yeah.
know if her intrigue bonus would help you sway her. It might. Like she's basically in on the plot to like against herself. That'd be funny. I don't know if it would actually do anything because like I don't think you can plot against your own spy master, at least in a hostile manner. But I think in like a positive manner, it there wouldn't be any like stop.
Uh,
Well, where it says assist ruler, you would change hers to court intrigue. That's the one that's got the little the letter and dagger next to it.
Yeah.
And yeah, see that'll give you a +10 to your intrigue. And then if for some reason you wanted to fire or replace any of these counselors, like, oh, you don't have a steward right now. Click on that empty steward. It's got the plus sign. And we're gonna appoint that new vassal you made that had a good steward stat. It'll be all the way on the yeah, there you go. Yeah, see how he's got like a red fist, so he's a powerful vassal, like where it's got that -100.
yeah.
Actually, hold on. Um, yeah, see, he wants a seat on the council, but see that guy's, that new earl you just appointed. That's got the, I mean, you could pick any of those three. They're all powerful vassals that want a position. I would probably appoint that Earl of Treviadale, and then replace your mother as spy master with that other Earl. I mean, your mother's not gonna like that she was fired from the council, but her intrigue's not that great, and I mean, she's your mother. What's she gonna do about it? So now go to your mother, click the that little like those circles to replace her next to her name.
The top one.
Yeah, we'll pick one of your powerful vassals that wants a position. I would say that Earl is probably more important for you, honestly, because I mean, what's a mayor of a city gonna do to you, really? I would probably assign the Earl. It's more important that your Earls like you than your mayors do.
Sorry, Mom.
Now, hover over your marshal. See who he is. Does he have like a title, or is he just some random dude you've appointed as your marshal?
Yes, Dishonor
Um,
of the villain. On
he's And he dislikes you because he's insular Christian. You can see he's insular and then Gaelic, so he's not of our culture or faith. Click the little wheels and just see what your options to replace him are. If you have a mayor that's got a good martial stat that wants a council seat, I'd give it to them. That guy will still remain your champion. It's just kind of like a commander because he's one of your courtiers. He won't like you, but you know he'll lead troops. Um, who's that second guy? That's got 15 in the martial, the red category. Mayor. See the other guy that wants a seat on the council, he's got just garbage martial, like it's literally 0. So I would assign the second dude because he's got much better martial than your current, and he's actually a vassal.
Yeah.
So you know, fire the other dude because who cares what's he gonna do? He's unlanded, and I mean,
And I now have 7 out of 3.
7 out of 3.
Yep.
Why is it 3? Hover over that. Hover over the thing in the top right. It should say like domain limit, like plus whatever based on whatever reasons. Duke stewardship. You didn't replace it. You added a steward. That doesn't make any sense. Um, put your spouse back on that manage domain thing just to see what happens. Change it from court intrigue to manage domain.
Up 4.
Okay, so she's giving you a very slight buff. So we'll leave her there.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me. I think if I click on you, yeah, it'll show me everything you hold directly. Edinburgh, you probably want to keep hold of. Dunbar, you could probably give away. And then I'm just looking at what's.
This is the part of the club where I go, huh? What? Sure. Tell me what to click.
I wouldn't give away Dublin. If we have to give something away, I think go back into your succession and see what your sons are going to inherit now. Because every time you like change or lose titles, the succession changes slightly.
Yeah.
So see that son, Siegfried, I think his name is how you pronounce that. I think that's a thorn letter. It looks like he's inheriting Lothian and what else? 2 other things?
This one.
Well, actually,
That far.
okay, so that's fine. He'll take over that Jarldom and everything underneath it, except Annandale. I think your primary heir, I think, might still be taking that.
No.
One is taking the Duchy of Man. One is taking Dyflin, Yitri, Sundarar, Temple of Kildare. Okay, that's fine. Um, hmm. I'm just trying to think of which ones we want to give away. Oh, and also, if you wanted to, you could change your primary title to the Jarldom of Lothian. Doesn't really matter at this point, but it's just something you could do. Um, hmm. Your oldest son is supposed to inherit Annandale, yes? I mean, he's only 10, but you could go ahead and give him that. He doesn't. It doesn't look like he's set to marry anyone though. Find him a spouse first. Uh, uh,
Oh,
doesn't
it's
look.
because we have it on pause.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're not going to suffer penalties for like the first year or so after taking the territory, I think. So we can unpause, but you will eventually want to like hand over these territories so you don't pass that domain limit. Yeah, well, wait till the betrothal is done, because when somebody is landed for enough time, they can then make their own marriage like pacts and stuff like that. So you want to have your heirs at least set up with a spouse before you give them land, because if you start giving them too much independence, they can start doing dumb stuff. So that's the one thing to be considerate of. So I would wait until you at least have his betrothal locked in before you give him any land.
Trust the one now.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't. I think you always have more powerful vassals than you have council positions. Like the game kind of does that intentionally, so you have to balance it. So I mean, you're fine for now. Um,
It doesn't have anything.
I would keep that guy as a prisoner for the moment, especially because he's your rival. If you release him, he's going to start like trying to plot to murder you and shit. I would just keep him and his wife in jail for now. Actually, try to ransom his wife. See how much gold she's worth, because she won't do anything. So underneath the council, you'll see courtiers, and then on the tabs up top on the far right, you can go to prisoners and see everyone who's in your jail.
It's stressing.
Oh, it's just him.
Yeah.
Who's got his wife held captive then?
Probably you.
I don't think I do. Yeah, my prison's empty. His wife. Oh no. Dookie Jorvik's got his wife. Okay. Okay, whatever. Just keep him in jail for now, because he doesn't have like enough money to really pay you anything. And we could always just like execute him, gain some piety, bring glory to Odin. Um, yeah, if you want to unpause it, we can go conquer East Anglia. Then once your oldest son is like kind of set up and ready to go, you could So I'm gonna march down to East Anglia. Oh, it's actually gonna take a ship.
I did that finally after all this time. And after lots of heavy hell. I thought that.
Oh, you executed?
No, when I heard of my father Ragnar's death, I said that's for heaven entrance.
Oh, it's okay. It's gonna make you choose.
I will tear his ribs. It's a blood well. That's
Actually,
terrifying. This
let me.
man is your great competitor. I have other plans, right?
Actually, hold on. Before go into your decisions on the right, the quill. Do you have anything called like host a grand blot? Hold grand blot. Should be near the top. It probably won't let you do it right now because we're at war.
You are
Missing 52 prestige. You'll gain the prestige. If you say you have other plans, you can keep him in jail and hang on to him, and we can like sacrifice him at a festival. Um, we'll just see if any of these decisions have like negative consequences to them. And if you wanted to execute him now, I suppose it's fine. If not, we could like execute him as part of the plot.
All class family members need spouse. It's love. Well, yeah, I don't care what they think.
Well, because I mean, once your brother finishes conquering Northumbria, he will be like landless at this point.
Yeah.
And your brother does have 100% war score in his war, so this guy's about to be a nobody.
Every class family member of it, they both like that one. This one's better than that prestige. That's what wins me, whatever that is.
That's piety. Let me see what is your character currently lacking a bit of? Your character is Honestly, I'd probably take the prestige over anything. Yeah, I mean we don't have to sacrifice Smith the Grand Blot. You can just kill him now. But I would take the prestige over anything else because it takes prestige to call allies into war as well. So it's always good to like just have a bit of prestige banked. The only time you really need piety is if you're like asking your religious head for anything, and we're an unreformed religion, and we're not declaring any holy wars, so we don't really need piety at the moment.
Okay, I've got both my sons, not married, but
Betrothed. Nice, nice. So you could go ahead and give the one son Annandale, and that way you'll only be one over your domain limit. And then we can figure out what we want to do with the others. But you see where I'm taking my guys to East Anglia to Norfolk, that little white cross with the flame on it, southeast of England.
hold on. Ah,
That's what we have to conquer next for you. And he'll still remain your ward as well, but he will now be an earl in his own right.
okay, where are you, Hello?
You see that little flaming red? It's a white cross on a red background. East Anglia, southeast England, near like Norfolk, Suffolk, just northeast of Wessex. So way further down into England.
Warwick?
No, not Warwick. Norfolk. We're going after the barony of Norwich because that's the capital of East Anglia. So east.
My brain is
Or if you click your character, you'll see under your diplomacy, like underneath like your gold and piety and everything, it says -35 right now because we haven't conquered any territory. If we take too long, he'll technically win just by attrition. But if you click that attacking petty king, it'll show defenders. Their war leader will be on the right. You just click on him, and then it'll pull up his view, and you click on him again, and it'll take you to his capital.
that's where we're at.
Yes.
So
if you just if you try to march the men down there because it's so far, it might actually load them onto ships, which is fine. We're Norse characters, so it's very inexpensive for us to embark men on ships. So I would go ahead and just like send them there. However, it decides to do it. And then just unpause when you've got them moving. And after we win both of these, you can maybe take like a little bit of time to kind of consolidate and dole out like land and stuff you feel like you need to. Then I will conquer Brittany. To which I will have to call you in as
Sorry, my brain is doing the. What are we doing now?
did we just lose a battle? Oh no, those raiders down in my territory. That's why I hired some mercenaries to just kind of deal with them. But
Oh, they have a lot of stuff.
it's fine. We should still be able to take them. I believe. Actually, maybe not.
Right now. Should I not have? Oh, we're gonna wrecked. We're dead.
Yeah, whenever you disembark, you're at an advantage. So all of our guys are about to move. It looks like they're moving. When we're done, who is? Okay, okay. So it looks like this is where Wessex and Mercia have been the entire time.
In Norfolk.
Yeah. Your guys retreat. Okay, you guys are retreating to Annandale. Mine are only moving up to West Riding. So bring them back towards where my guys are. Um, I also have some those mercenaries I hired. I
Okay.
might as well bring them up here now that I'm done with those raiders. Uh,
You really need to be more careful. Oh, why are you not coming as well? The war mechanics are weird. Marshal available.
so that means you can go ahead and spend one of those if you want to. Go ahead and pause it if you think you need to.
Yeah. Oh, where do I do that? Up here? Yeah.
Bottom left, underneath your character, it should probably look like a sword or something. It'll be right next to the flag and like your crown and whatever. Let's say like lifestyle martial or strategy or whatever your focus was.
Winter Soldier.
So just pick whichever one you feel like is going to be the most helpful, or working towards perks that you think are going to be helpful.
Let's trade. Here it is. Okay. Then our character efficiency 25% on movement speed. On movement speed. What do you think?
Um,
Is this about speed?
movement speed would probably be helpful because that's always good to have over land. Um, I mean, neither is a bad choice, honestly. I'd maybe prioritize the movement speed though, because that'll allow you to better position yourself when you're like actually on land fighting, or be able to get to like destinations quicker.
Yeah,
Yeah. Do you have any allies you can call into this war with East Anglia?
that's what I'm gonna find out.
Or do you have like a
Oh
call
yeah,
dynasty
yeah.
members to war option? Uh, Call the one with prioritize the ones that have the highest military strength. Like if you click on their characters, it'll show you their military strength. Yeah, see, like click on him, and then on the left it should show you his military strength. Jarl of Skellen probably has more, I bet. So who has the higher amount of levies? Okay, actually, I think I can click on your character and see who you're allied to.
Yeah.
Secreter. Okay, Skellen has 1800, and
I,
Jamaltland has 1159. I'd call the Jarl of Skellen in.
yeah. Um, you can negotiate an alliance with Earl Ferret.
Oh, your son? I mean, go ahead and do it. Why not? I think it'll just slightly improve his opinion of you. That's about all it'll do.
Yeah. And third, you can change your parents' contract.
You probably don't need to bother with his feudal contract because since you granted him the title, he'll be at just the standard contract. Sometimes, like if a character's got like a feature like benefit of their contract, like they don't give you like they give you low levies or something like that, you can try to increase it.
By the way, I'm at
Um,
Simpson 4.
okay.
Why does she hate it so much?
Who? If you hover over a negative, it'll show you why they dislike you. Same thing with the positive will show you.
Your stepper loves me. Oh, uh, everything is.
Oh, it says you executed a family member. Wait, click on her, because then it should show like her family. Like, oh, so it looks like she was of the same dynasty of King Ayla that we just executed. Was that her father by chance? Hold on, I can click on her and see.
Yeah, that's her
Okay, yeah,
father.
okay. We executed her father. That's why.
So this place, it's much of this. I'm cool with it. This is how
Which is weird because like she would technically be your sister-in-law as well because you and the Sigurdur are
Yeah,
both like sons of Ragnar. So like, did you just? I guess you just we sacrificed your uncle-in-law who murdered your father.
yeah. How could you do this? Alright, I'm hidden.
Okay, let's kind of regroup them in here in the southern part of Jorvik,
Notable
like
guest
near West
has
Riding,
arrived.
and you've invited them to the war, right? Okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, stack our men all together because it looks like these guys might be gearing up for another fight. Um,
Yeah.
um, oh, how are we going to lose?
I tried
It
to
says we're going to
live
we're
5,000
going to
men.
lose decisively. How is that going to happen? When are they going to arrive here? They are going to arrive 12 days. And if we try to leave, we will arrive in 12 days. Try moving all of your men to the barony of Pockington, that's just northeast of us, and see if that gets rid of that skull, because that'll tell us that we're going to avoid the battle.
What do I have?
Yeah. Or Pockington, whatever it's called.
Oh,
Actually, hold on.
there it is.
Try moving them to Leeds, northwest of us, because it looks like that will be slightly faster travel time. Oh, no, they managed to catch us.
Edward.
It's going to take our allies a little while to get here, I believe. Yeah, they're just now embarking their ships.
I are really so bad at war. Although we are cleaning them down. And they're here.
I mean,
In prison, I have been captured and detained. Against my will, my peasants are handled.
oh, because they captured you, you just lost the war. Go ahead and pause it. We don't need East Anglia anyway, so. But they can basically force a surrender if they catch you like that, which is what they did. So you will be released, but you have to surrender effectively. which is kind of annoying. But we don't need East Anglia, so you already have too much territory as it is.
Um, alright.
So where did all your soldiers go, or have they all stood down?
They're headed to Dunbar.
Well, no, I think those are mine.
No, that's our great.
Oh, okay, no, oh, okay. So you still have a few as well. Once they get there, go into the military tab and hit disband all. Once you unpause it, and then I guess while that's going on, I guess kind of decide what pieces of land you want to like appoint vassals to, or if you want to give your sons more of it or something. Actually, your son that's got Annandale right now. What else is he supposed to inherit? He's supposed to inherit the earldom of Dyflin. I would go ahead and give that to him as well, because that's Dublin.
Disband. Disband. So, Nightwood.
Yeah. Well, if you just find that son, and right click on him, just grant titles, it'll pull up that title menu again and give him Dyflin.
Grant. And, five and a 4.
Then what else do you have that we could get rid of? Go into your succession again. See what everyone's gonna get.
Here. Here.
We've got one that's gonna be given man. What's the one at the bottom? Looks like he's getting Argyle and something else. Yitri Sudyar. Okay, so he's gonna be given.
All this. All that area. That land were just not amazing. Elusive. Dude. Vasquez loves me.
Well, yeah, because you just you made him an earl.
I'm gonna play the ginger.
Okay.
I'm drinking water, and that's not. I did something. Alright, I return with half a cider. So much better. I feel so much better. Alright. What if I do this?
How are you on the holdings on your domain limit?
5 out of 4.
I mean, that's not the biggest penalty in the world, but you still might want to get rid of one more.
I did nothing except letters from Squid.
From
A lot
you,
of it's 233 letters though. I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking for.
you don't technically even have to give it away. You just suffer like I think it's a 20% penalty to like taxes and levies because you're over your domain limit.
Um,
Like you could just hang on to it for a bit if you really wanted to, but like it would be up to you.
yeah, I'll just live with it. I can't play. And now, what are you doing?
Right now, I'm looking at different things for. We got an event that popped up for like mentoring my son. I can either allow him to remain greedy. Uh,
Uh,
he gains the trait just, which is usually a pretty good trait to have, but like greedy is helpful because it just gives you extra income. I think the just will be more important long term though, so I will do that. Um, so the issue, if I wanted to take over Brittany, he has managed to ally himself to King of West Francia. So militarily, we'd be losing if we were to try to
and
go
onward
after
they
the Kingdom of
travel.
Brittany.
Hold on. And onward they travel. At first I thought that simple footmen were stepping onto the training field. However, battlefield more hard fought than I expected, and it gradually became clear that he would be unable to stop his wild and vicious attack hurting me. This harder him suddenly became a matter of life and death. And try not to show my relief when a sword finally hit the ground. I could use more people like you. This peasant and my soldier will get a lecture on honor, stripping down where it stands.
I guess decide like look at the the effects of each and see what's most important.
You make more than stress because there are many people. You're bad. the greatest, I straighten down, is the least stressful. Whether to add for stress, how
It is
stress has
that is a pretty good bit of it. I mean, you can probably relieve it like in those decisions by like hosting a feast or calling a hunt, which does cost gold. Um,
stress
so unless there's anything like any benefits you particularly want, I wouldn't take the stress penalty.
what the hell gives me a high prestige,
Um,
which I used prestige was minus 195.
how did you go negative? Yeah,
Lost the
I guess you
war.
can. Oh, that probably would have done it. You could do that, and then you could like call a hunt. Most likely, that would probably like negate like the most of the stress. Uh, and that's probably like the least expensive one.
Well, how do I do that? Decisions.
Decisions.
Raise root stone.
Oh yeah, I think because you won that war, you'd be able to do that. If you
Search
wanted to
for prediction. Host list. Cards.
see which one gives you the most stress relief, and which one, and then look at like the amount of gold they each cost. Hunt is probably going to be the one you're going to want to do, but
You lose 30 stress. Cost 33 good.
then what
This.
about the feast one?
You lose 30 stress. Cost 50 good.
I would go for the hunt one because that's also more likely to give you prestige. You'll have to unpause for the events to actually begin. I mean, what we could do now, I can't go after Brittany at the moment, but I could go after the Pope.
And I do, root stone.
I would recommend it. Yes. Oh my son's name, Ragnar, is the name of my heir.
That's funny.
Ragnar with two R's. Man, if the freaking king of or Brittany hadn't allied himself to the king of Francia, I could take over Brittany and declare myself king. And then if you wanted to make sure like your realm is going to split when your character dies, but if you wanted to like keep it all underneath the same realm, um, you could have just like vassalized
What
yourself.
shall
And
this blood speak?
oh hey, that one's gonna reduce stress for you. It looks like.
Yeah.
Oh, because you
Can
were
you do it
vengeful. Yeah.
for me if I do this? You want
Well, no, that would just give you the money back. I think that you spent when you selected it. I would do the first one because it will also give a bonus to whichever county you erected in. Um, it'll probably also maybe give some prestige.
where the place?
You basically pick one of those counties to place it. Your heir is going to inherit the Sudayar, so it'd probably be most beneficial if you placed it in Argyle. But let's see what each of them gives you.
A lot of prestige.
Hover over that green conquest runestone and see what that gives you.
Yeah.
So what did that say?
Yeah.
If you hover over
Yeah.
the hover over conquest runestone, I couldn't read it because your webcam, but like
Yeah. Plus 0.2 a month.
it says just does it say like what kind of growth? Or just general.
control.
Oh, if it's control growth, then what are the options? Argyle, and Dunbar. You have the lowest control in Dunbar, but Lothian would be like the actual like capital of that duchy. So I mean, either of those, because that'll help increase your control in those areas you recently conquered. Um,
Um, and then you know what he did still do it. And
what is your character stress at the moment? It's probably like what 12, because I think you just lost 30. I mean, you can just leave it at 12 for a while and hold off on the hunt, unless you want to like. Well, you're back in the positive for prestige. You're at 300 now. And if I'm about to invade the papacy and call you into war, you'll get a bonus from that.
okay,
So you don't really need to worry about that. I do want to give some time there for like my levies to kind of come back, and for yours as well, so we can just like unpause it and let it run for a little bit. Trying to murder the.
I'm trying to pause it so that I can read. I'm honored by your request and was glad to call you an ally in our Philistines. My brother and I are friends. Cheers to that. Skull! I actually have a point with him called Skull now. I know it doesn't mean important for Saturn. Doesn't mean no. Can I not?
You can only have two wards at a time. So if you already have two, it probably won't allow you to add that person.
I can have. You know what? We're doing it. I don't care. Physician. I'm having my fourth physician tonight. The counselor Catskill died from its wounds.
Oh, well, if he's died, you can just replace him. Pick somebody from the list. I'm going to make my concubine my Godi because she has just as good learning skill as my current one, and she has a plus 61 opinion of me, and my current Godi has a negative 32. So, you're out, my guy.
Uh, so this is Chancellor. What am I looking for a Chancellor?
Chancellor, he needs diplomacy. It's the blue one.
So this would probably be a good one. Because it's a bad
Also, if you click
already.
those little icons like the scroll and the sword and the bunny chest, it will sort them in descending order of that skill. And if you click it again, it'll sort them ascending order. So you can find like who's at the highest and lowest of those stats. In most of the menus, there are different ways to sort like that.
Here to all the Lancashire. Lanarkshire. My son did that.
Yeah, and even if there's like a powerful vassal who wants a position, like that gives them negative opinion if they don't have a position. But like, even if they like you well enough, you can just like ignore them and put somebody better in place. Like, so like you just kind of have to balance. Like, well, do you want to satisfy a powerful vassal? Do you need like a good person? Usually, your vassals will be okay enough in most things. You'll be able to find like passable vassals for most positions. But sometimes you got to make the call. It's like, well, this guy sucks. Do I make him happy or do I find like a better person? I am going to have my character host a feast. I
And
think there's a chance it might invite you because you're an ally.
that'll be fun. And that's
Because I mean, my character is greedy, so hosting a feast doesn't give me a lot of stress gain. And I've got like 30 something right now, so it'll get me close to zero when I want the prestige from it. So I'm gonna do that.
but that's not right.
What?
Oh, when I left the room, that just swirling froze and shit was growing concerned. And I was still not back. Honest. I'm sorry I forgot to pause. Terrible, sorry about that. Uh, so what are the benefits of, as you mentioned, you have a concubine. What are the benefits of that?
Well, depending on your character's rank, if you don't have any, there's actually a slight prestige loss. Otherwise, it's just like greater chance for heirs, I suppose.
Is that a
And you can often like appoint them to like counselor positions and stuff like that as their concubine. Um, so that's also something to think of. Because at least with like the Norse culture and Asatru faith, women can be both spy masters and Godi, which is like your realm's highest level priest. But unlike like your actual spouse, like they can't like their stats don't give you a benefit unless they are that position. Um,
I'm just sitting there waiting. What's happening on your end?
I am currently trying to sway my court physician to like me more, and then once she likes me enough to accept conversion to a religion, I will ask her to convert and take her as a concubine because she has great stats, and I need heirs. But I think our levies are back to the point enough where we can declare war on the Pope.
If you
So if
would
I
like
declare
to,
war and call him in, we will have.
do I have to raise artists again? Or
You will have to after I call you into the war. Yes. But I will go ahead and I can choose just conquer the Duchy of Latium from the Pope. He doesn't have any allies. He's only got 1,955 dudes. Um,
but some allies.
and then I can call you in. Uh, so I can go ahead and do that if you're down for it.
I, oh man, how do I do that again? How do I?
Well, I will declare the war and I will
Yeah,
call you in,
but
and then you will just accept it.
yeah, but how do I call artists?
Oh, you will just go into your military tab on the right, and there will be the raise armies, and then you will just put them on a ship and sail them to Italy. They'll get on the ship automatically.
Oh, oh, you're paying 50 old. Let's see. This happens despite your spouse's terrible stewardship skills.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so yeah, so okay, now I have Eleanor. She was French, but she converted to our religion. She is my seneschal, my court physician. I've taken her as a concubine. Now I'm gonna try to seduce her.
Isn't that the
Hopefully get some more
reverse
heirs going.
state of America? Yeah.
Okay, I am going to declare war on the Pope, conquer the Duchy of Latium.
Okay.
Okay. I can call my ally, Jarl Ivar. I have called you to the war.
All decline. And then I'll go
Okay.
military. And then thoughts that you can read. Military. Race. Harvest. I'm gonna race greater.
No, raising as raiders, what that will do is they'll be equipped as raiders, and what you can do, because we're like Viking characters, you can just like send them somewhere, and wherever they land, they're just gonna start raiding and taking gold. So it's not declaring war. But like if they summon armies, you will fight them. You'll like attack like their holdings, and like because if you click on like any random holding on the map, like click on Ulster because that's just close to your capital, you ought to see it. And you go to like
Just
the
saying.
tribe of Dun Padraig,
Just
it
saying.
shows like loot right now, 0. No available loot to being recently raided. So you wouldn't land your men there. But if you go next to door to like
Just saying.
actually it looks like a lot of Ireland's been raided recently.
It's 1894 out of 6 to 353.
Uh Go ahead and just raise the men you have now, and then if like you refresh more levies, you can just raise them and sail them down as needed.
And then, I assume I'll be able to also invite my allies.
No, I can only invite mine because I'm the one that declared it. Once your men have marshaled, sail them down to Viterbo. It's just north of Rome, basically on the coast. So if you zoom in on like the papacy, Viterbo, the barony of Viterbo is where I'm going to try to conquer first.
if it's
Oh, he has hired a bunch of mercenaries. Okay. All right, Pope. I see what you're doing.
my
See what you're doing.
consider
Yeah, if you've got the guys, go ahead and just do it. The Pope has hired a bunch of mercenaries, so I am going to hire some mercenaries too.
what did it? Oh, it's no, goodness, this is quite the journey. I have lived. Oh, I feel it.
No, those are just other dudes having a fight nearby.
Oh,
Looks like Strathclyde and Alba are going at it. They're fighting over that county.
that's funny. I'm fine. We're going to get down Christianity. We're sailing now, boys.
What I might do actually is I might land my guys in Orbitello, like in Italy, just across the border, because just to give a little bit more space, and the Pope was probably less likely to have men there, because I want to wait until we're all together before we start actually trying to
Where are you
fight.
going to?
Um, the place we're landing, just one county up along the coast, Orbitello, maybe.
Hello?
I'll see when I get closer, see if I want to like change where anyone's going.
Right now, I changed it to there. Do I have any more men? I hope not. But also, I kind of wish I did. No, I do not. This is quite the journey for a bunch of fight family.
Okay, I'm going to land them in the barony of Grosseto. Do you see where my guys are heading towards? You should be able to see them. Because anything I have, you should be able to see as well. I'm just landing them a little further up the peninsula before I like march them down, because the Pope's currently got like 4,000 something soldiers in Viterbo.
I've changed it. What a lot of soldiers.
Oh no, he is moving to try to intercept me. Okay. Um, up towards Pisa is where I'm actually taking them. So
I'll be there. Eventually. I'm kind of far away.
how far are you?
I
Let's land in
love it.
City of Luni is where I'm going to land. You see where they are, right? That should give you enough time to get to me. See where my guys are landing up there in Luni?
Yeah.
Or is that even going to be enough? actually meet in Genoa. That's probably gonna be better.
Let's me back home.
The Pope is really trying to chase us down, but hey, he's gonna be in for a rude awakening.
It's I don't really regret it. I know.
Oh, now I think he's breaking off because he sees we have a bunch of men over here.
Well, let's group up then. One army of whatever. I'm right there, so I'm gonna attach the army.
Okay. We're gonna move up the game speed just a little bit to normal speed because we don't really need to slow down for anything at the moment. And
We're attached.
let's wait. Let's wait till those guys join. There we go. Okay. So now we are just going to march down and give the Pope a hard time.
Of the Lord, guys, I've got strategic impasse. I'm gonna pause. Sorry. I didn't read this. I'm sitting around the map table and didn't already heard about it. Discussing our strategy for the ongoing war. Feeling Vance's fists on the table allowed the proclamation charge the enemy directly and crush them with the sheer weight of our armies, while Varyn sits back patiently advocates for us to secure critical locations and wait for the enemy to come to us instead. It is my right to decide our ultimate course of action. Dude, that's not bad. Shift and beyond as the right idea. I mean, I honestly think it's the better option. What do you think?
I mean, go for it.
Yeah,
Whatever you think's gonna work.
yeah. Alright, I'm playing now. Sorry, I like to be able to read and make decisions rather than, apparently my men are just going first. If they try to run away, 7 months, let's do this now. Supplies remain low. How we can get stuff now. Assault floor. Is it outbreak?
Okay. I'm going to pause it real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to march over there and defeat the Pope.
The first empire. Hello. Come from Sparklets. I didn't know. I am better in the names, but I figured them out. But hello. I am doing great. I'm we're declaring war on the papacy. They're running away. They don't like us.
Hold on, I'm dealing with some prisoners.
Fine.
Did you unattach your men?
No. They just tend to come forward first. For some reason.
Oh, I guess probably because you took that movement speed buff.
Yeah. You know me best. Zoom in. No siege weapon.
Okay, I'm going to unpause.
But I hope somehow I capture the Pope. Here we go. 3 years. Move Move on.
I guess the Pope's just going to be a bitch and run away.
I think I want to the Vatican. No, this time there'll be a reason to have one smoke. This disease outbreak. Yes, the very plastic Viper siege tactic. Power it with a spear. Progress +5. Let's go. We're gonna be there a while. And like that, it took so long for you and me to do that.
See if you have any unraised soldiers.
How do you do that?
Go back to your military tab.
Yeah?
You'll just like in your raise armies, just see if it'll say like unraised soldiers.
It said Riddle. My zero got 100. Zero.
Just hit raise all, see what it does.
Well, it says 100 centers. Zero.
Yeah.
I found where it said it now. Tell me. Starvation. Screw yours left. And we're starving to death. More to figure this out, Brent.
I'm going to hire some mercenaries as well to just bring them here because
Don't even know how to do that.
in the military tab there's a mercenaries thing and you can just look at bands of mercenaries that you can hire.
No.
I will up the
No.
speed a little bit.
What? My, Alfredor was killed in the siege.
Who was?
My, fourth physician.
In this siege?
Yeah.
What are they doing here? Okay, weird.
I don't know. Oh, probably to cheer my son. Take concubine.
I like how the Pope is just like over there watching us sack Rome and he's not even trying to stop us. He's just like he hired like 3,000 mercenary soldiers too, but like they're going to expire eventually. It's like he's not going to keep all those mercenaries forever.
Fourth physician.
Can I plot to murder the Pope? Oh, only 5% chance of success. Okay, never mind.
There I have it, you know.
The King of France is plotting to have me murdered. Oh, I have a son now. Let me
Oh,
Oh, I'm going to betroth him to a daughter from the
there.
Jarldom of Stelland. He's going to accept, and then I will immediately call him into war.
They want me to have a concubine.
Go ahead and pick one from your court. Why not? Oh, the Pope has offered a white peace to surrender. If I accept, what will happen? I'm gonna pause it real quick. Duke of Shelland is now joining the war, so he'll sail some men over here and help us. Uh, so this white peace, he keeps the title. Yeah, no, no can do, Mr. Pope. Then I guess now is a chance for you to like just kind of select the concubine if it wanted you to have one. If you hover over your prestige in the top right, it'll tell you like what's increasing it and what's decreasing it, and if you have like not enough concubines, it'll say like under concubine limit or something like that. I see that one's got negative congenital traits. I would not select those if you could. You want to select the positive ones, like for intelligence, healthiness, stuff like that.
Yeah. See, I only have two options.
Um, hold on. Here's the thing. I can offer you a concubine. Who do I have? Do you want a 28-year-old Catholic French lady?
What?
Okay.
That's not French lady.
Oh, she does have a club foot, but it's not. Oh, it is congenital. Maybe not. I mean, take a look. You can always say no.
I think we should plan.
Also, what I'm going to do is in the bottom left, uh, by the date you see there's like a more, there's like a find characters option. I'm going to just like search for people that I might be able to invite to court.
Did you do the now?
Do what thing?
Offer me a concubine?
I did. You should have a little thing that's popped up, I imagine. Like, is it in your
Ronnie! Thank you for the raid!
Okay, so Griff, there's something I think you could do. Go to the kind of towards the bottom left. There'll be left of the date. There'll be like a little book, a cog, and then 3 buttons that say more.
Yep.
Click the one that says more, and there should be search for characters.
Find character.
Yeah, that's it.
Eh?
Okay. Now, just do start searching. Type in ALFR.
Eh?
Um, it should be defaulted to first name matches, right? Click that if that's not it.
Yeah? Have read?
Relation, change that to all. So where it says like top realm, change that because we're looking for people outside of your realm.
Where is that? I'm sorry.
In those filters underneath where you were typing.
Okay. Okay?
Change it to like all.
Yep.
Change it to diplomatic range inside.
Yeah.
Like on all those filters.
Yep.
Put marital status like unmarried. And there should be like an option where you can select like under gender, select female. Actually, I think I see her on the list right now. She's the second one on the list. Alfrether, I think is how you pronounce it. 22 years old.
Huh?
Top of the list now. Yeah. Click that. Or right click on her. See, does it give you an invite to court option?
Yeah. She
So
will not accept.
she won't accept. I can invite her to court, and she would accept it from me. So I can invite her and then send her to your court.
Huh? Do that,
I will.
Lucas.
I will have to pay her 25 gold to pay for her travel expenses, though.
That's fine with me.
But whatever. Yeah, it's difficult to get people to just join your court for like no reason. It was way easier in CK2. You could just like find great people like, hey, you want to come to my court? And a lot of the time they just be like, yeah, sure, why not? Okay, but I'm going to unpause it while we continue sacking Rome.
Yeah.
Okay, I have recruited her to my court.
Yes.
Okay, I see you rejected the one. Here you rejected that concubine, or maybe you just never picked an option. Okay, so I'm about to offer another.
Never.
Yeah, it auto declines if you take too much.
And
Okay,
then
so
it didn't show up as
okay,
an
I'm about to
option.
send another one. It might not pop up as a thing. You might have to go into like your that list of things, like your current situation thing. I just sent another. Did you get any kind of pop up?
Offer for concubine. Uh, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Are you still getting that? Are you still getting that negative thing from not having any?
Oh, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think I had that to begin with, but I don't know. And 14 months. 13 months.
Well, Prawn, the crusading is going well. I don't know if you can call it a crusade because it's not like an actual holy war. We're just Vikings doing Viking stuff, and we're getting ready to conquer Rome,
Yeah.
and steal all the Pope's land.
And what are we doing in this business?
To teach them the true original meaning of Christmas.
War and murder.
And glory to Odin.
Yes.
Oh, here we go. The Jarl of Shelland is here now. Jarl Sigurdur.
Hey, I know it.
Dude coming in clutch. Oh, I can unlock a new perk
Oh,
for stewardship.
also, Alara, that's a point where it's expensive though. And I don't want to do it very often. And I want the people to do it to be like an upstanding member of you know.
After we conquer Rome, we're going to go over there and smash the Pope's army that's just been sitting there for 2 years watching us sack the city and do nothing. But after that, we're going to march over there and rough those guys up. And then we can conquer the rest of the baronies here in Latium.
And
We'll
then
be
we're gonna
victorious.
take over the world. I mean, Italy.
King of Italy. Actually, the King of Italy doesn't have any allies, but like his brothers are the King of West Francia, Lothangria, and East Francia because they're all Carlings. But like that would probably be difficult if we actually. I can use my. We both have as like these Norse Viking characters. We both have a.
I have three honorary soldiers.
Well, we both get a special casus belli where we can invade a kingdom once in a lifetime. Um, so if you see like a weak kingdom you'd like to go after, like Italy, this guy's only got 2,300 levies. Like going after West Francia would be difficult because he's got like 5,300 and he's allied to a bunch of people. Lothangria would be pretty easy to go after. East Francia would be
We
more
have no
difficult.
food, and this is rampant.
I think that's the siege, not
Yeah.
us.
What's the
Uh,
focus?
but I mean, if we wanted to, we probably could get away with conquering Italy. Um, we could probably do it.
Okay. Oh, that's the different with your spinner.
Three months left, and then Rome is ours.
Actually, that.
Oh, did the Pope hire some more vassals or mercenaries? Looks like he did.
I have an 85% chance to romance or to seduce my wife. Really?
I'm sending a small contingency of soldiers to see if I can intercept those guys and kill them.
Alright? You're being my guys.
No, they're just following because they're tied to me. But yeah, we're gonna defeat this army real quickly just for the buff, and then we're gonna have to get back to Rome because the Pope's gonna try to.
I better don't let them die.
No, we'll be there soon.
Yeah! Battle it out! Are we gonna win? We're gonna win.
Yeah, we've got it. They're pretty much routed at this point.
Let me capture the Pope! I wanna do it.
Oh no, that's not what I meant to do.
Don't do that.
Wait, who is leaving? Why are these guys leaving? No, get back here. I think I accidentally clicked something, but whatever.
Don't
We won.
worry, I still fit the Pope.
And we're still holding the siege because we kept men there the entire time, so we didn't lose any siege progress.
Don't
We just
worry.
we destroyed their mercenary army, cut their other army in half. My mercenary contract just expired, so we got use of those soldiers. So
I have a prisoner. How do I spell prisoner? Okay.
go to courtiers. I've paused it so you can see them.
Order.
And then there'll be a tab on the right. Not counselors, courtiers.
Okay, I
And
have 4 prisoners.
who are they? Okay, so you have a baron.
Yeah, I
The baron
just-
would probably be just worth ransoming at this moment. So I would go ahead and click that gold thing and ransom him, just for the gold.
There's a good.
Yeah, go ahead and do it. It's 30 gold. It's 30 gold. Uh, now who are those other dudes? Are they just like random like soldiers or something? Like,
Yeah.
you can just
Murder.
hang on. You can just hang on to them if you want. Because they probably don't have any money, so you
Yeah.
can't ransom them. And if you get a hook on them, you don't think I have the skill where you can like demand money in exchange for a favor. And you probably don't want to bother like recruiting any of them to your court unless any of them have like really good martial. You can demand a hook from them, or like when you negotiate their release, like make recruiting them a requirement
Yeah.
so they can join as one of your champions. But if they don't have like any reason for you to recruit them, I would just hang on to them for now.
By the way,
We can sacrifice them to Odin later.
I can declare 17 wars.
Nice.
That's how we end this.
You can only declare. I think you can declare multiple wars at a time, but
I
you
didn't
can't
play
raise
it,
your
by the
armies.
way.
You can't have any armies raised when you declare war. 7 days left, and Rome is ours. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we've conquered Rome. Let's go and mess this guy up again.
Oh,
We will probably. Oh, he's running away. Okay, that's fine.
hold on,
We'll s-
hold on.
we'll see we'll siege.
Oh,
Whatever. I paused it.
I've got somebody. Okay, that doesn't matter. Oh, I have to go to the bathroom. So, what do you do now?
Oh, that guy looked like you could actually ransom him. Does he have much money?
I don't know. I have to go to the bathroom. Oh, I let her know. Alright. I am back.
I kind of have an idea I've brainstormed. After, I don't know if I could do this, but if I take over Latium and can form the duchy, if I can give it to you, because there is a feature in this, because I have the Northern Lords DLC.
It is, only losses. Great.
But if I could give that to you, and then I could plan a Varangian adventure, which basically I will leave my current lands if I'm successful, like County of Montague, like someone else will get it. If I organize a Varangian adventure against the Kingdom of Italy, it will give me like a bunch of just like Vikings are gonna show up. It's like, yeah, I heard we're gonna go like plunder and slaughter, like we're in. So it'll give me like a bunch of like special event troops. I think you would still be an ally. I could call you and the others into it, because like my sons are betrothed. And then like if I took over the Kingdom of Italy, then like if you just wanted to like swear vassalage, like Latium, like Rome would come back into the realm. Like even if your character like passed, like and all your duchies split up amongst your sons and stuff, like it would still all be like one cohesive realm, and that way we would have like there'd be like Viking kings of Italy.
I can only create a weak else with that prisoner.
Yeah, does it not give you a
No,
recruit option when you hit that
no.
that negotiate release?
Hmm?
Negotiate release, the middle one. It should also give you options to like recruit them, gain a weak hook, force them to convert. You can usually select multiple at the same time, but depending on the character, you might not be able to make them do all of them. That could be a way to like recruit people into your court if you need like champions or something like that. So you'd like want to check their martial stat and see if it's worth recruiting them to court or not. And keep in mind, the more demands you make of them, the less they think of you. But those eventually go away.
I don't really care. I'll be honest.
Or you could just save them to execute them, and glory to Odin.
Alright, let's do that.
Okay, gonna unpause it, and we are going to win this fight. Oh, they ran away.
Whoa,
Once.
that was fine. Oh, they're going back. They're wrong.
Doesn't matter. We caught them. Our
I've
allies have to
caught
join
up
up
to
to
them.
us.
You're welcome. I'm the fastest army in the West.
Ah, my wife just gave birth to another son. His name is Gandalfer. I could change it, but that name's pretty sick, so I'm not going to. Oh, and there we go. 100 war score, so now I can force the Pope to surrender. We didn't capture him, thankfully. He's still somewhere.
We won the war. Yeah.
But now we control Rome. I can create the Duchy of Latium, but I don't have enough money for it at the moment because I spent them on mercenaries and setting you that concubine and stuff.
I got stuff for that.
You got prestige because you joined and answered the call. So we can go ahead and disband our soldiers now if you want to. So you can just hit the disband all. All right, I need to find us arrange a marriage for my son Gandalf here.
And Randolph, who are you married? We're going to take over Northumbria.
We could.
Oh, but her husband is my ally.
Whose?
The Queen of Northumbria, the ruler.
Oh, that's Jarl of Shelland. Okay, weird.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, his wife is not an ally. She could call him into the war, I think. Um, but I mean, you technically could. But I mean, she is also Norse. So if we're just trying to spread the good word of Odin, we don't
Yeah.
really need to. So I want to see something. If I Varangian adventure. This is a special type of war where the attacker intends to move their realm to the war target wholesale. If they win, they will immediately annex the appropriate counties and move their capital there. Their old vassals will go independent and their old counties will be given to upstart local warlords. Ranging adventures are only available to Duke and Count tier rulers, becoming progressively more expensive with each successful adventure. This casus belli is never available after the tribal era and cannot be used against other cultures that can adventure or against neighboring rulers. North Germanics launching their first Varangian adventure receive up to 2,000 bonus special soldiers, the amount going up with every same faith, same culture county they completely control within mainland Scandinavia. Yeah. Well, I don't know if that would really be. Oh no, I would only be able to. Okay, I would only be able to take a duchy that way. So if we want to go after the entire kingdom of Italy, I will have to use the special invade kingdom Consus Belli. I don't have quite enough prestige or fame for it yet.
How do I have to have a no.
Uh, but you would also be able to use that same Varangian adventure thing if you wanted to go after a kingdom. Like if you wanted to go after the kingdom of Alba, uh, you'd basically control almost all of Scotland at this point if you did that. Um, he's weak enough, honestly. You could do it. I don't know if you have the prestige and the fame level yet to do it, but if you wanted to take over Scotland, we could do it. Then you would be like king of Scotland, and you wouldn't have to worry about like your realm splitting amongst sons. Like, I mean, your character is also still 28 and in good health, so like you don't really have to worry about him dying. But like, you could. You could just go after Strathclyde just because it's a duchy. You could just push a conquest that way. So if you like conquered Strathclyde that way and took over like Kingdom of Alba with your like Kingdom Casus Belli, you could just like very easily, uh, very easily like take over all of Scotland. And if you took over all of like Britain and Ireland, like the islands, I guess the Isle of Man would be in there as well. You could declare you could declare yourself Emperor of Britannia. That would be difficult to do in a single lifetime, though.
Yeah.
I mean, the realm is fractured, so it's not like it would be a difficult war, but you'd have to manage to go through like a lot of quick successions of wars.
This
Well, if I try to invade Kingdom of West Francia, I'd have to either go after Francia or Aquitaine. I wouldn't be able to take all of it.
I'm doing an incredible.
Oh, you're gonna host one? Mm, nice. I guess we can go ahead and unpause it if you want. I think I can raise a runestone actually. Oh, I'm missing the gold needed to do it. How much gold does your character have at the moment?
After spending money on food, I have 355.
Oh, okay. Because you could like it is a thing where you can like find another character, right click and gift them stuff, but like
No.
not really necessary. You don't have like a
You
bunch of
haven't,
extra
you
gold.
haven't gotten me the high patch that's no. It's true. I'm
Okay. I could conquer Cornwall really quick. Just because. I need to form like Barony of Latium though. I do have another ally, the chief of Blecking, because I betrothed Gandalf to his daughter Kraka. But we did it. We brought the true meaning of Christmas to the Vatican. I do think I should. You think I should move my capital, Rome? I think I should.
What's Frederick's house?
Um, if you hover over it, it gives you the gives you what it does. Raise runestone. Going to raise a runestone to my vanquished foe, Pope Nicholas. I will place the runestone in Rome just to rub it in. Conquest runestone increases control growth. Yeah. There we go. Oh, and just because I can, I'm going to have my Godi start converting the people of Rome to our religion. Convert faith in County of Roma.
Hold on.
It's going to take 19 years, but we will convert the Romans to our religion. Oh, your son is of age now, it seems like.
I was then and has fully developed a defensive understand of so yeah.
He's got decent stats, honestly. Across the board, they're pretty good.
We did already ahead of himself. I said. And for vengeance.
I can declare 12 wars. I don't have enough gold to create the Duchy of Latium, but I will do that as soon as I can.
However, Oh, my son expects to be on the council. Um,
I mean, he is the Earl of two counties. I mean, he's probably got enough opinion bonus of you to where it doesn't actually affect his opinion, but like you could, or if he's got good stats, like just put him in a decent position. If you're okay with getting rid of the other courtiers, just
uh, what is his stats? I gotta look for that. He wears a mask. The heck? What are you? How can I would Marshall stewardship Israel. That's better. What is it's
the Chancellor.
yeah.
They need the diplomacy buff, and the Chancellor they can like increase like people's like of you with foreign affairs, domestic affairs, so like foreign rulers or make vassals like you more. And then their other option is integrate title. So like if you like for example control the specific county that's not part of the duchy you own, but you want it to like be considered a part of the same one, like from a legal perspective, you can have them integrate a title. Like same thing, like I think duchies to kingdoms as well. But like every duchy has and kingdom has like de jure territories. And so if there's like you're the king of England, but you don't control, like Cornwall or something, somebody else does, you would have like, reason to declare war because Cornwall is de jure part of your kingdom. But maybe, say like the King of Wales takes over Cornwall and decides like I'm gonna integrate Cornwall like into my title, like, Duchy of Cornwall now is part of the Kingdom of Wales. De jure it moves from England to Wales territory. So like if the King of England were to conquer it somehow, the King of Wales could just come back and say, "Hey, this is mine." So like it's just a way to kind of like legally move where titles are supposed to be held. It's not something I do super often, but like it is a thing you can do. And there's also a thing called de jure drift, where if you control that for long enough, uncontested, it will just naturally like be considered part of that duchy or kingdom or whatever. Because like I ran into that into one of my playthroughs. Like as King of Ireland, I conquered the south of Wales, and it stayed under the Kingdom of Ireland for a while until I was able to like declare myself Emperor of Britannia. So then like one of my vassals in Wales was able to declare himself King of Wales, even though he didn't control all of Wales, because he controlled enough because that territory was no longer considered part of Wales. Which I mean, it wasn't a problem because I was an emperor, but like it's generally a decent idea to. Oh, I just got to call the war to join the chief. Stellender conquest for the Chieftain of War base. You probably are going to get it too. I will accept it because I don't want to lose prestige, and I'm just not going to show up to the war. Uh,
Um,
I see you joined it too. Yeah, and one of the perks I took, I get 10% more gold whenever I'm at war, so it's a good thing for me to just be at war and not do anything, like because I get bonus money and don't have to do anything. I mean, if the Jarl like really drags this out, he'd be like, "Hey, you didn't join the war." Like, no, he's attacking them, right? We're not trying to defend our ally because it's usually is a good idea too.
Your what becomes your lover.
Nice.
Anyway,
I just remember seeing something. It was
you
just like a Crusader
can.
Kings joke where it's like that meme. It's like, men only want one thing, and it's just a screenshot of Crusader Kings where they were playing as King Alfred, and it like he hovered over his wife. It's like uh like Queen Aelswith, like your like best friend, lover, and soulmate. Like,
My wife is 100% offended of me, even though personal diplomacy, ambitions, the wrong
you
betrothal,
could also try to make your concubine a lover as well,
Alex, one
or you could
land, I only have one land.
you could romance your wife as well, and that gives like the chance of them getting the soulmate modifier. You can only have one of those, but you could in theory have multiple lovers.
In theory.
Yeah, while the whole war with Rome thing was going on, like I'd had like my court position like convert, but apparently like, well, she was Catholic, like she and like one of my like my marshals or something that were also Catholic apparently had like this thing going on. It's like, well, I've now discovered this. I will expose both of you as like criminals. So then like I released her from prison. She was like super happy because like she was my concubine and like became like a lover at that point, but she had like this other dude. I was like, well, like she's super happy I released her from prison, and because I imprisoned both of them, like it broke off their relationship. So she suffered no opinion, like negative opinion modifier when I lopped the dude's head off. Uh, so I just imprisoned and murdered her previous lover because I could. And now she is still technically considered a criminal because I never punished her. So if she ever steps out of line, I do have reason to arrest her without being considered a tyrant. Uh, because she is technically a known criminal. But it's cool. She's a good physician. I'll allow it. Because sometimes you just got to overlook these things if it's beneficial to the strength of your realm.
I have two with the left card.
Yeah, if they're over the age of 6 and they don't have a guardian, you should probably appoint one because them not having a guardian, they'll lose out on education bonuses. Um, yeah, I would recommend making like your more primary heirs. Like usually it's going to be your sons, unless you don't like have any, because our succession laws are set to male preference. So if there's ever a son, they'll inherit over any daughters.
I what?
But usually you want to educate your heirs. Like the closer they are to like in the line of succession, the more importance you want to give them. Oh, yeah. Okay, he lost that war already. Dang it! I was hoping to squeeze a little bit more money out of that. Um,
Uh, totally not. I did not have more allies.
honestly, even if we had raised our armies, he probably would have lost that war before we even landed. Like, oh,
Oh, no.
my concubine has gained the trait pregnant. Nice.
Oh, my clowns are died.
Your what?
That's my master.
Uh,
My mom died.
well, appoint a new one. Oh no, no, your mother is still alive because remember you replaced her. If I go into your character, your mother is still
Oh,
alive. She's 73. She's it looks like she left your court and she's now with
just
she's now in Mercia.
I'm gonna
Or
finish
not Mercia,
the
Bernicia.
chicken down. Now, so, yeah.
So if I try to murder the king of Italy, how 5% Murder the king of Francia. Murder 5%. Oh, he's my rival, so I can just straight up challenge him to a fight. I forgot about that. Challenge rival to a fight. He might accept. It'll be non-lethal single combat. Victor loses stress, loser gains stress. If he declines me, I gain prestige and he loses it, and there's only a 13% chance he's gonna accept it. I'm gonna challenge the King Charles the Bald to a fight.
You are the bird. I love
Oh, a
it so
vassal in the
much.
Kingdom of Italy can become friends. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's be friends with Countess of Orbitella. He refused my challenge. I gained prestige. He lost it. Suck it, dweeb. Oh, my alliance with that guy expired because he died. Okay. Well, his son, I think
No,
I could still
no.
probably negotiate an alliance with.
Expired.
Oh, my concubine miscarried. That happens sometimes in this game. So it's like, if you think you have an heir and the succession is secure, it's like, nope. Or like sometimes the kids just like are born sickly, don't make it because
Yeah.
it is currently 875 AD.
Turns out that's the thing.
So why did this lady want to become my friend? Because I think she had like a sway scheme going on that I didn't know about. Because like my spy master didn't pick it up, I guess. But like she wanted to be my friend. I was like, sure, why not? We can be friends.
I finished the inference right
Hmm.
now.
I wonder if I find a way to just like unalive my wife, could I marry this countess? I mean, it's not that my wife has been like a bad countess. It's just like she doesn't have any land that comes in the bargain. Hmm. I mean, if I'm going to take over all Italy anyway, it's not like I really need to worry about it. Oh, How is Venice doing? Venice only has 1,000 soldiers. I could. You want to conquer Venice? Just declare war on the Duchy of Venice. Like, and
And
I could move my capital to
when
Rome,
you're
so
like,
that's where all my people would marshal.
water.
And see, and after taking over the Duchy of Venice, I control enough of Venice to declare myself king of Venice. I see. The only issue though is that Venice is de jure part of the Byzantine Empire, which I mean, so they could be like, yo, that's ours, and like declare war. Um, but like, I doubt they're gonna do it because they haven't gone after like all their other missing territories in like Croatia and Serbia and Bulgaria and Sicily, Naples yet. That is something they can do. Um, yeah, if that Varangian adventure had allowed me to like go after a kingdom tier title, I probably would have just gave you the Duchy of Latium and then like conquered Italy, and then you could have just like joined the Kingdom of Italy, and then we would have like controlled like
I'm in
Rome
a
and all of Italy.
rated so good.
Yeah, you can raise your armies and kill them. And another thing you can do is you can raise your armies as raiders, and then just like I don't know, march them into Scotland and steal stuff, like or march them into Strathclyde and steal stuff. Like speaking of which, I might march into Brittany and steal some stuff. Um, actually, he's got a decent amount of soldiers. I've got
Oh,
more
man,
though.
my mother died.
Oh,
My mom.
yeah. You probably didn't gain much stress from it. You usually don't unless they have the specific friend modifier. But if you ever have like a child that dies before you, your character will almost always gain stress from it unless they have like I don't know, like the sadistic trait or something like that. Or if they were like a rival, you would actually lose stress. Um, Man, if the King of Francia wasn't the King of Francia dies and his realm splits in two, it would be much easier for me to go after Brittany. King of Italy still doesn't have any allies, though. Oh, he's only got 2 daughters.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you die. Attacker.
Yeah, I am not exalted amongst men yet, so I can't use the kingdom tier conquest to go after the kingdom of Italy. But like, I think that's the plan. We go after Italy next. What do you say? And I will form the Duchy of Latium and move my capital to Rome before that happens. Just so like my troops will all spawn way closer. So what all do I have to control to form the Empire of Italia? Oh, Ragnar has come of age. Nice. Oh, he is great eminence. He's like an incredibly like well accomplished diplomat. Nice. With sufficient tutelage, even a child that has displayed little natural inclination towards diplomatic influence, such as Ragnar, can come to truly understand it. A true silver tongue, he could sway the opinion of counts and kings alike. When he speaks, the court listens in enraptured silence. They grow up so fast. Nice.
Your son better than hello. I'm gonna pause and what they're in. I'm using it still.
What are you doing?
Okay, so, my wife just said, hey, look at that necklace. I really like that necklace. And that I have options. I could either get an identical one. I can offer a favor to Vinny. I can steal it with a 95% or 91% chance of success. Or I could say, you have good taste and good private opinion.
Yeah, I'd probably steal it.
Why did she wear a mask?
Who?
The wife of my oldest son.
Probably because she has the disfigured trait.
How
Yeah. There's just some random things like that. Like if you click on yourself, you see where it says like this is you. Like if your character is both like beautiful and arrogant, or has like one of the beauty traits, even if it's not the full on beauty, we'll say like this is you and you are magnificent. Just some things like that.
I have the one life. Uh,
Or like there's one where like if you're like both like disfigured and like something else, it might say like this is you, unfortunately. So like there's just different like Easter eggs and like flavor text and stuff that
I
happens.
am a brilliant strategist, a fate master, a winter soldier, a faker, and one life.
Yeah, mine is brilliant strategist, whole of body, overseer, Viking, adventurer, and quick. He is
Only
lustful, ambitious, and greedy. Honestly, just sounds like a straight up like
I
that
think,
that that tracks for a Viking.
that's stupid. That's stupid.
Oh, vassals expect positions. Who are you? You are not good enough. You were just a mayor and you're not good enough, so you can be upset.
My brother Uva died.
How did he die? Usually, if like a character's dead, you can hover over the little skull next to
Once.
them. Yes, he's got a green one, so that means he probably died of some kind of disease. Here we go. Died from his wounds. 13th of May, 1876, age 49. Like red usually means they were
Which is
murdered,
video, by the way.
and if it's like just a gray skull, it usually means they just like died of natural causes. I believe might also include execution. I can't remember.
I forgot how to do it. Okay. How can you choose your
Choose your what?
okay. There we go.
What would also be hilarious. Let me see. Can I do this?
So,
Okay, I was gonna try to seduce the king of Frankie's wife, but there's a low success chance, so I'm not gonna do it.
my army is very valid for now. Just putting that out there. I'm very joke. I
Oh, Countess Vigdis, my wife, is pregnant again. More heirs. King of Italy still sitting there like a little punk. I definitely think we can take over Italy. He doesn't have any allies. He's only got 3,000 men of his own. I've got 2685 on my own. If I were to call you and the other Jarl, down like, yeah, you've got 2400. This guy's got 2000. I think we could take Italy. Well, do you have are you still over your domain limit? Because that's probably, if so, I think, can I actually check that? Can I see your domain? Yeah, you have 5. I don't know if it shows me your limit. It shows me yeah, it shows me your limit. You're still over. So you could still hand over one of those to somebody, or like if one of your sons is old enough, you could hand them over something they're going to inherit. Because when you're over domain limit like that, you how big is the penalty? Let me check the wiki real quick. I think it's like a 20% penalty, which probably isn't honestly isn't enough to offset the gains you would have, aside from just like being able to control succession and vassals. Like,
Love it. Yeah. And my position is now an office position.
oh, nice. So let's see, domain limit.
Oh,
Yeah, I want to say it's like 20% for each thing you have over your limit.
oh, I have
Um,
7.
have what? Oh, I can create the Duchy of Latium. I'm going to go ahead and do it. I am now a duke. I guess technically a jarl because of our rank, but and I'm going to move my capital to Rome. So my realm capital is now Rome.
Oh well, I guess I'm gonna get rich.
You're gonna what? Or did you say be rich?
Yeah.
Oh, I should go raiding. I'm gonna raise my men as raiders. Oh, I still raised them over in Montague. Whatever. I'm gonna go raid the Kingdom of Brittany. Why not?
Hey, what the fun
Yeah, and I don't have the Royal Court DLC, but that adds like a bunch of just like different events and intrigue. And like one of the thing you can actually do is you can create like hybridized cultures. If I had that, honestly, something cool we could probably do would be to like hybridize like the Norse and French culture. So like basically become Normans, but we could like introduce like some of like the chivalry cultural tenets, which would be like very helpful to like a warlike culture like ours.
Oh,
Uh,
uh, that's awkward.
what?
You're my prisoner died.
Oh yeah, sometimes they just die if you keep them there too long. Oh, I have a son. His name's Colmir. I don't like that one. You know what? I'll name him Ivar after my very favorite ally. Why not? There we have little Ivar Hestinson. Oh, Chief of Sazen has 1,500 dudes, and I can form an alliance. Yeah, let's do that. Nice. No, excuse me. Yeah, I'm just looting a bunch of stuff here in Brittany. Oh, and my concubine is pregnant. All right, let's go. Just having a bunch of different heirs.
Happy holidays, Mojo. You're starting a charity now soon, aren't you? Or did you already do it?
Uh,
I
okay.
just
So I have decided
missed
to
it.
romance my young concubine Eleanor, because she's a good court physician and stuff. Uh, so do I sing a love ballad, secretly plant a letter in her chambers, impress her by winning a sparring match, or go with my gut in the moment?
I, in real life, spend time with your gut at the moment. Why? Because it's a pain.
I mean, keep in mind she already has
Spar,
plus 90 opinion of me and is currently pregnant. So
spar,
there's literally no way I can fail this. Like,
spar. Oh,
yeah, why not?
it worked with my wife.
I recruit one of my most senior soldiers and set out for Montague. We practice our routine. After each day's ride, once we arrive, we begin to spar in the main courtyard. A crowd gathers and their chiefs soon show none other than the rowdy Eleanor. Rowdy, okay, interesting adjective there. The soldier fights valiantly, but I disarm him with a final flawless thrust. I kneel before Eleanor and declare my noble intentions. I dedicate this victory to you, my love. Bringing you honor is my only desire. My petal is speechless, but clearly flattered. Why else would she be smiling thusly? Eleanor won't resist my charms for long. This game is hilarious.
Yeah. That's it, 5%.
Oh, also, one thing you can do if you go into your military tab, you have rally points at the bottom. You can change your rally points. By default, your rally point is your capital. If you have two rally points, your soldiers will like muster there equally. Or if you want to like muster like closer to a certain area, you can like move your rally point and then delete it. So like I'm going to put a rally point here in Rome because that's where I want my men to start mustering, and then I will delete my rally point, my old one at my old capital, uh, by just selecting it and hitting remove rally point. So that's just something you can do to move things around. Oop, I conquered. Oh wow, I conquered the daughter of the king of West Francia in my siege here
That's
of uh of Brittany. Nice. Who is? Oh wow, she's the heir to the Prince of Brittany. Oh my god, I think if I kill her, that destroys the alliance between the two kingdoms because she's the one it's
I
predicated on.
have secured an invitation to this in
Okay,
and it's
okay.
close to France. Despite my
So
determined attempts, I have another spread of a conversation. She is probably rendered speechless by the intensity of my affections. Suddenly, the loudest word I have ever heard erupts from our table. A few of the guests are looking at Francis. I must save her. It was me! I already.
I like how you like yeah, it's like oh you spend 50 prestige. Yeah, if you let nothing happen, it doesn't improve your chance, it doesn't diminish your chances, doesn't speed up, doesn't slow down the progress. But like if you're not, like a 90+%, I'd say like go for like increasing the likelihood of success.
And then
Okay.
95%.
So I mean you technically don't have to spend the prestige if you don't want to.
So correct.
But yeah, so I've captured Ermintrude Carling, um, daughter of King of West Francia, my rival, and married to the Prince of Brittany. and I think is the cornerstone on which their alliance is founded. Um, if I try to ransom her for 20 gold from the King of Brittany, so her father-in-law, he won't pay because he's greedy and considers her an unimportant courtier. Like
Uh,
even though she's like a princess of West Francia and married to the Prince of Brittany,
what a
dude
jerk.
won't even fork over 20 gold.
What a jerk.
uh, I mean, I could execute her and destroy their alliance and just kind of like dig at my rival. It's like, hey, I executed your daughter. That sounds like pretty Viking, but what do you think?
I don't know.
Or if I negotiate her release, can I forcibly recruit her? I could recruit her and demand her conversion. Um, that would almost be kind of funnier. Um, can I take her as a concubine if I do that? I mean, I'm not getting the 20 gold for her. Might as well. That would be like even more insulting to my rival. It's like, hey, your daughter is now a member of my religion and my concubine. Oh, I had a daughter. Uh, I will name her. Uh, what names did they got? Uh, Astrid. That sounds interesting. Why not? Okay. Okay. No, I guess I can't take her as concubine because she is already married. But she is my courtier. She actually has pretty decent skills for some stuff.
I want our consider now because we are coming up on the time I would like to end pretty soon. Oh, child came of age. Hold on.
Oh, I also captured. Who's this guy? Oh wow, this is the prince's son. So like after the king of Brittany dies, this would be the next crown prince. I can ransom him for 15 gold because the king can't afford the full 50 because I guess he's a punk. Um, or I could execute him. Glory for Odin. Oh, I have the king's own like daughter as well.
What if I vote for the what if I vote for the guy who's in jail?
Oh, it's like a Okay, well, I will execute this unimportant prisoner. Glory to Odin, gain some piety. I am now known for my dedication to my faith. Nice. Um, Now, what do I do with the second in line to the throne of Brittany and the king of Brittany's daughter? Um, I can demand his daughter convert and recruit her to my court. That's kind of funny. I'd have to kill a lot of her siblings though for her to like inherit the throne. But I think it would be like hilarious if I could like marry her to like one of my kids and then just murder all of her siblings so she inherited and became queen of Brittany. I don't think I have enough time or intrigue skill to kill all of these people.
Yeah. I don't have time. That's what I will say. Um,
I'll just keep her in house arrest for now. Why not?
let's say
Till the
it's
dude's got more money he can
let's
pay
say
me.
it's 7:30 in the morning. Alright.
Sure.
That's
I'm just
that, that's
doing
that.
more looting and
That's
stealing, doing Viking stuff.
I just living a peaceful life.
Oh, do you think I should go raid Paris?
Why not?
Just steal stuff from my rival because I can?
No, it's why not? No, why? Why not? Help
Because he's
us.
currently at war with the Duchy of Neustria, which is what Normandy was before the Normans took over. Uh, so he's just like letting me run roughshod over his territory, which also means the king of they're losing the fight for Normandy. Jarl Ragnar Olafsson's northern army, so it looks like 8,000 men in a Varangian adventure. That'll do it. Yeah, let's go invade Paris while he's busy. Well, not invade. Steal from. Or like one thing in this game, like you usually can't join your vassals' wars, but if you're of a culture that allows you to raid, you can just like raise your army as raiders and just go like destroy stuff in like the other like realm, even though you're not actually at war. You just like, oh hey, that's a hostile army. Let me destroy it for you, my buddy.
Okay, sorry, I had to get rid of this thing. Rado, Oscar. Hey, but I'm gonna do.
Yeah. So did he like keep it as a pet or something? Like, how did he get one of those?
Kill the fire, and then just carried it around for years.
As you do.
But like, it was rotten.
Yeah, there are events in the game. I think it's more likely to happen if you play as like a child ruler under a regency, where like you can get a pet. You can get like a dog or a cat, and they both have different benefits. Like I think if you get a cat, it increases your intrigue. Like, and like both of them give you like a health bonus. Like I think getting a dog like increases your martial.
standard consider that. My directions in the redheaded render this hundreds of regret girl. I have the fire face like that. You should be able to help another but you're not for me for anything. My directional clarity through. You can slightly starved for 2 years.
I think that gives you like health and skill penalties. I probably wouldn't do that.
The 3% chance you can go to your body. Challenge against her. And I have more than enough of that.
Oh, I see you have a shield maiden thing. Yeah, that is something we can do in our culture. Oh, and if you want to delve into it a little bit deeper, bottom left, you see the eagle thing is Satchu. That's our faith. It gives you basically our different tenets, what we consider virtues and sins. Um, and then next to that, there's like a little candle looking thing that's our culture. It shows you like our current cultural head is Bjorn Ironside because he controls the most Norse counties at the moment. And like our current cultural fascination is onagers. So we're like researching siege weapons. And then it just shows you like the different tenets of ours, like, performative honor. Part of that is women can become shield maidens.
Yeah.
Coastal warriors, we can recruit Bondi, Vingman for ancient adventures. House Carls, the strong trait is more common. At Ting Meet, you can elect the Scandinavian elective succession law. It's like all the thanes basically vote for the next ruler. And if one of us were the cultural head, we could eventually add in more like cultural traditions at the cost of like prestige. So like you could introduce chivalry or something like that. And you can only do those every so often, like and like every 100 years or whatever. So you can kind of like expand out a culture. King of Lothangria is getting his ass kicked in a
And a
East
strong
Franconian
of
plane.
every partner has.
East Francia is about to take over Lothangria, which gets him close to controlling enough land to form the Holy Roman Empire. Well, there is no HRE at the moment, so I think he'd have to could form the Empire of Germania.
What do you think?
What is the?
Oscar alone is enough for enough for my son, I think.
Oh, wait, your wife wants to become a shield maiden?
Yeah. My wife wants to become human.
I mean, if you want her to be, I mean, see what the shield maiden modifier gives her. She doesn't really have that great of a martial skill, though. Which I mean, honestly, if this gives her a martial bonus, it might be worth it just for that alone.
But benediction is one, the only thing I get. What is this mean? Is that it's all of them do for nothing? Yes.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
I mean, being like Norse characters though, there wouldn't be any like opinion malice for that. I don't believe so. Like
Yeah.
you could do it if you want to.
I think it's just, and I gotta define the religious tradition. I not having to have a 47% chance of losing.
Hmm, excuse me.
I'm better at worship. Huh? Yeah. We're doing worship. Oh, I know higher rock and sinners.
Oh, Bjorn, I guess conquered enough of Sweden to name himself King of Sweden. I just noticed that. Yeah.
That's right. There it is. Okay. You're out. Ah, what there in your to
Oh, the previous pope died, by the way, and the new pope is Pope Stephanus. Notice that.
Christmas. I just let her die. Alright. It's it's 7:30.
Gonna finish raiding Paris, and I will send my men back.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and finish Rubin.
I formed an alliance with the dude that's currently conquering Normandy.
Hell yeah. Now, earthly
So
power.
so my character got sick, and I told my physician, because she's a good physician, like, yeah, we can go for like a more dangerous treatment. So this is what it is. I could not believe my eyes when Eleanor pulled out a severed hand from her satchel. The black spots on his fingers sent chills down my spine. I demanded to know where she got it from. She only hushed me and proceeded to rub the severed hand against my chest. The treatment was almost as unpleasant as my symptoms, yet it seems to have been effective. While I am not fully cured, I feel much better. I will live to see another day. Will has happened. You gain greatly reduced disease symptoms. Because medieval medicine is wacky.
Don't worry about when I got this hand. Oh, that's weird. It's irony there's oh,
I'm pausing it real quick because for some reason it's not letting me disband my armies. Which is just pretty annoying, honestly. But
you gotta click a couple of times. I did that to you earlier. Just leave it at that time. Hold on. Okay, but how did you this? This is interested on I did not hesitate to organize one. I was ready to bring your clips of my morsel. Oh, I'm stalking through the underbrush, my page and my feel, and my interest ahead. It seems as if it has found a trail. Then suddenly my concentration is shattered by a woman's scream.
yeah, some of the disease treatments in this game are just like ridiculous, and they almost sound ridiculous enough to be real. I don't know. I haven't looked, but like I remember like one thing in CK2, the second one, my court physician was like basically like convinced my king, who was like the emperor of like almost all of Europe, and like that is like, hey, uh like we're gonna cure your sickness with breast milk. It's like and basically the way he phrased it was like, it made you like, what first made you strong will bring you back to strength. So he just
Yeah,
like convinced the emperor to like start drinking breast milk. Like
I'm
and it worked. Because Middle Ages were the best ages, I guess.
it's great. I have to win. Hmm. Yeah, arm wrestle, let's go. I won the arm wrestler challenge.
Nice.
Alright, fine. And there it is. The romance of a lifetime.
Okay. Well, my army is disbanded, so
Yeah. Elvis! What's Elvis? Ha ha! You're on the son. I'm leaving my wife for Elvis now.
character is no longer sick. Nice.
Elvis!
Looks like the necrotic hand worked.
That's depressing. Depressing murder.
Oh, do I still have any prisoners I need to deal with? Oh yeah, the King of Brittany broke as hell. Can't really
Yeah, what if I was doing? Oh, alright. You're in charge of the server.
yeah, so I guess we just pause and then we if you hit escape, does it give you like I guess I can hit save game.
Yeah,
Uh
do that.
then I guess if I hit end game. Here we go. If you as the host leave the game, the multiplayer game will end and all other players can no longer play together. And I've got it saved so we could pick it back up if we want to. So I guess I will just exit.
It's a bad scene. In the rush. Imagine that's been true. Excuse me. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Like, uh, and I enjoyed it. And I wouldn't if I missed you. I know you are. Although I feel like that. Maybe not as long. I had it's a little an extra that I know. But you know, that it's pretty awesome. Not gonna lie. Is it?
It is fun. I mean, there's like a lot of just depth and different systems and intricacies to learn. But I mean, you can grab the basics and just go in a relatively short amount of time.
It's still hard to like people that it's better, but there's probably not a bit out there that would change that. Just kind of nostalgia loud for it.
But most importantly, we taught the Pope the true meaning of Christmas.
And find out what's it. Ah, at least there's for the good. That's pretty great. That's pretty great. I didn't know. It's great.
I just see on my list of Foe and Andy DeSeal are live. If you look at people to raid.
Let's hope it's have someone else live already. But they're alive and they're getting smarter. If they're around that much time, and then if they're not, oh, oh, drop now. Hey? Don't trick this back around. Hey, all I know is you would have been chasing the Pope around a lot longer if I wasn't there.
Was very helpful.
That's just the
Because one good thing about Heston, he starts with a couple like special soldiers left over. So like he starts with like 4,000 something dudes to begin with, and like we fighting there in England. Because the weird thing about those special troops is they don't replenish like your levies. So if you lose them, you've lost them basically, and you can't pass them on when you inherit. So like if I really tried, I could have just like tried to rush the Pope at the beginning, but it would have been difficult, especially because the Pope tends to have a lot of money, so he just like throws mercenaries at you. So I
I
would
like,
have had to like hire a bunch of mercenaries
I
or
like that
find
it's,
some other ally to call.
I like that it's tense. The tense.
And then if we want to, we could like reform our faith after we have to, I think, conquer like a couple different holy sites and stuff like that. But you can reform your own religion and like change the tenets and the doctrine. So you could be like, oh, like I'm gonna be the new head of faith, and like all the clergy is gonna like pay their taxes to me, and just like make yourself super rich. Even if you don't like make yourself head of faith, there is a thing you can do. Like I did this like as my Catholic character in my last playthrough all the time. Is you can ask the Pope for money if you're pious enough, he'll give it to you. So you can just like constantly milk the Pope for gold. Great.
Right there. Turn off the evidence. I don't know. When, when Rome was growing alive, and I could have more resources and stuff.
Well, I mean, like when you're done conquering, you can like you have like your dedicated realm. You can like really kind of like play tall into the game and like make stewardship and like learning your focus and like really like explicitly try to like build the development of like your holdings, focus on a lot of things like that. So like there's a lot of different facets and ways you can go because you could just go like full on like map painting and just try to conquer as much as possible and then lose most of it when succession time comes, until you can change the succession laws. But like there's a lot of different kind of facets to the game.
That's, oh, yeah, that was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. I, the little challenges that will pop up inside the rectangle kind of thing. I didn't know it was a dangerous. Anyway, questions? How are you? Lucky we are, hello, for the address waiting for someone to it's critical vibes. I do not matter. Oh well, I'll meet someone else. It's not over. I saw someone was like the new Superman Adventures. That's fun. Oh, let's see. Tomorrow, The plan for tomorrow is Australia right around 12:30, 1 o'clock for like 2 hours. And then I will do it party. Christmas party. Woo! Uh, pretty fun. Uh, what should I play tomorrow? It's obvious that the easiest answer for me is that I do it. I don't have to do anything. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll do risk of rain. 2. I'm not scared of life. Which is, well, I just said it. I'm a really like one time. Let's have who do I want to read? They're not live. I thought they were really live. What do I look? The 5 minutes late. Uh,
It is like
it's your camera. Ready? Uh, okay. Good. As I said, I'll be back tomorrow. And it should be fun. I don't know something clear, but I should show up. Yeah. But still there. Okay. And you free to follow. Okay. Of us.